Welcome to the News Underground. We are listening to Goblin War. Welcome to the News Underground. We are listening to Goblin War. Welcome to the News Underground. We are listening to Goblin War. Welcome to the News Underground. We are listening to Goblin War. Welcome to the News Underground. We are listening to Goblin War. Welcome to the News Underground. We are listening to Goblin War. Thank you for tuning in. This is the News Underground. I am Abandoned Nihilism, aka the Harbinger. I am ready for war. I've been ready. I'm more than ready. I'm so sick and tired of waiting. I just want them to start it. Do your little revolution. Get it over with. If you're a newcomer here, you're not sure what the hell's going on, this is the #1 news channel on Twitch. We cover real news. We're real motherfuckers. This is the hardest chat on Twitch. You either hold your own or you get the fuck out. I don't have time for time wasters. I don't have time for you. You coming in here with those bargain bin bumper sticker slogans, pretending like this is some kind of debate? I got news for you. There's no debate when it comes to freedom. There's no debate when it comes to liberty. We either have it or we don't. That's what I'm here for, until they kick me off. This is war, Chem Goblin. Prepare yourself. Prepare yourself. Let's get right into it. Oh, big props, by the way, once again. Goblin War, Dungeon Synth Mix. I can't speak Japanese. I don't know. Cryo Crypt. Good stuff. Like and subscribe, folks. Put this shit on a t-shirt so I can buy that shit. I want to buy this fucking t-shirt. Slowly turning into Kratos. Yeah, no, I think I got a little work to do. You know what I'm talking about, motherfucker. All goblins can speak Japanese. Oh, I didn't know that. Sorry, my bad. I didn't mean to be racist. All right. Well, I love it. Simply lovely, but we're going to have a little beat. You know, kick it up a bit. By the way, the video we were watching was La Maison and Sorelli. The Haunted House from 1908, silent film. Brilliant stuff. Life ruined. Dr. Disrespect. Yeah, he ruined his life. Yeah. No, it's a good thing that powerful men can't take advantage of young, impressionable women anymore and get away with it. They just have to wait till they're 18. Then they can do all kinds of fun things to them. But until then, no career for you. All right, let's get into it. The UK politics. Keir Starmer, it happened finally. It finally fucking happened. Yeah, it's a good thing. You know, look, do I want more leftism? Yeah. Do I want, further to the left? Yeah. But getting rid of the conservatives is the first step in that direction. So I'm stoked. I'm hyped. Stoked and hyped. I got a really funny video here. Just like Joe Biden said recently, only God can judge him. Well, he didn't really say that, but he said something similar. Keir Starmer over here dropping, a tribute to his #1 favorite artist. He said this many times. He's a massive Tupac fan. Loves Tupac. And put this together for everybody because he knew he was going to win. That's how much of a G he is. So he put this together, and then he released this on his own social media. That is correct, Chem Goblin. Look at this little puzzle solver over here. Can't show you guys anything. But no, this is the end. This is where we are. This is the next phase. This is not if, when, it's now. This is the end of America. What happened in the Supreme Court when they said a president was legally immune was the beginning of the end. And it will go down in history as such unless something changes. The current trajectory we are on, full-blown fascism. Anyway, Keir Starmer, big fan of Tupac. Let's hear his tribute.
I wake up in the morning and I find myself holding the keys to power, and I remind myself, I was still the party of the working class. Should I have number 10 Pebble Dash? It used to be that the unions owned us. Now we make more money from donors. I praise things that Thatcher said. She could uphold she and Thatcher's dead. By my haters have been called a traitor more time than a head. My dad's a tool maker. It's not a secret, don't conceal the fact that if you're brown or black, you probably think I'm a twat. Oh! The saying, I'm a Tory undercover. We're more or less the same as each other. Since I made these changes, Jeremy and I are like two distant strangers. And now I've got to worry about paying back for some pledge that I dropped off way back. Coming down the track after all these years. Flip-flop, 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 and that's the way it is. That's just the way it is. Some things will never change. That's just the way it is.
Get out of my pub!
Very clever. And yeah, no, Keir Starmer, I'm pretty convinced is a neoliberal. The left purge is going to continue. This is not him being strategic. I will say, though, objectively, better politician, smarter politician than Jeremy Corbyn. Jeremy Corbyn, it wasn't just the smears. It wasn't just the attacks. It was his decisions as leader that caused him to lose. Got another funny one for you here. I can't not show Jonathan Pie, and especially this one, because this is, UK comedian doing something for the New York Times. So it's, hey, this is what's happening in the UK. Yankee English-speaking person, bad English-speaking person. It's just a good explanation to Yankees as to what's going on. So I thought I'd show it, and it's funny, of course. It's Jonathan Pie.
Sorry, I'm late. I've not been to bed yet. Hey!
Hey!
I haven't been partying. I've
How's it
been
going,
working.
Boris?
I'm a professional, unlike American news organizers.
Yeah, well, how's it going, mister? I'm going to tax the middle class into oblivion. Tax. Oh, by the way, your kid's the new member of my army. Big gays, the homies.
Here in the UK, I think you'll find us journalists are a little bit more balanced. Hey! Oh, God.
Wait.
All right, let's do this. After 14 years of Conservative rule, the Labour Party have resoundingly won the UK election this morning, leaving the Tories with their worst defeat ever. I'm sorry, I'm just going to do that again without a smile on my face. Sorry, I'm a professional. Well, the results are still coming in.
Hey!
Way, dum, dum, dum. Another one bites the dust. It's a bloodbath. It's an absolute bloodbath.
Yeah,
For 6
Jacob
weeks,
Rees-Mogg,
election fever has
Liz
hit
Truss.
the UK. In the main, all very
Good
dull
day.
and predictable. A man
Fuck
without
those
a
idiots.
coat getting rained on versus
Rishi
a man
Sunak
falling
almost
into
lost
the
his
water
seat.
versus a man with a bin on his head. You know, the usual. But the people have spoken. Meet our new Prime Minister. Yes, it's 50 Shades of Beige, Captain Whitebread, Sir Keir Starmer.
Change begins now.
Never heard of him? Don't worry, neither have we. If he was a vegetable, he'd be a potato. But a little bit of dull and boring is exactly what the doctor ordered. That's if you can find a doctor left in the UK that isn't on strike for a fair and decent wage.
People are begging for stability right now.
This is brutal. This is like the opening of Saving Private Ryan. I'd almost feel sorry for them if they weren't seriously awful people. This morning's Labour landslide bucks an international trend, a resounding rejection of right-wing populism.
Ken Goblin, he wasn't saying potatoes are bad. He's just saying potatoes are normal. They're not exotic.
Kind of. Yes, whilst countries like Italy, Hungary, France and Germany are having passionate love affairs with right-wing populism, and in America you're seriously considering a second helping, here in the UK we've been in an abusive relationship with it for some years. It began in 2008 when the unregulated greed of investment bankers brought Western economies to their knees. The Tories took office in 2010 and Prime Minister David Cameron declared, "We're all in this together," before implementing brutal austerity on the country's poorest people. Resentment and anger took hold, and populism thrives on little else. Then Brexit, which gave all the fringe voices of British politics a mainstream platform with which to promise the world without fear they'd ever have to deliver. That's how populism works. It promises the moon, and instead it hands you a DVD copy of Apollo 13. Soon, the Looney Tunes who sold us the idea in the first place were running the asylum. First, we got Emperor Palpatine's cleaner, Theresa May. She knew Brexit was crap, but she went along with it anyway, and she didn't last long. Then Boris Johnson, populism on steroids, a man whose MO is barefaced lies and wild-eyed incompetence whilst looking like he's combed his hair with a kettle. Then Liz Truss, populism on smack, with £45 billion of unfunded tax cuts for the most wealthy, which swiftly crashed the economy, tanked the pound.
It was ironic with Liz Truss because she gave the rich exactly what they wanted. Kwasi Kwarteng gave them totally agreed with everything a billionaire had to say, gave them everything they wanted on a silver platter. And then everyone was like, whoa, not like that. Whoa, don't give me everything I wanted like that. Whoa, we still got to pay for things. Whoa, dude, whoa. I need people to buy my shit. What are you talking about? We're going to crash the economy. Everyone's going to be broke. Who's going to buy my goddamn, I don't know, widget, my sandwiches at the store. I make sandwiches. No one's going to buy my sandwiches. That was hilarious to me. Sandwich billionaires got exactly what they wanted. And then they were like, whoa.
Tax cuts for the most wealthy, which swiftly crashed the economy, tanked the pound, and sent everyone's mortgages through the roof. It wasn't so much trickle-down Reaganomics, more piss down from a...
Well, I don't think generalizing around the term populism is that great of an idea, because populism can be a very powerful tool on the left. What matters is the policies. What matters is the follow-through. And what Keir did is he's following this, quite frankly, American style, neoliberal style of politics, where you set expectations, you don't make big promises, you also avoid cutting taxes on the rich, and and avoiding a bunch of other lefty progressive values and priorities. It's. I'm afraid Keir Starmer is learning on the wrong lessons here, because he thinks he won by being by going to the right and being more of a centrist, when really he won because he wasn't the Tories. And it was kind of the same thing with Bush and Obama, where it was like, yeah, okay, Obama didn't really have to promise anything. He just had to be, didn't have to stumble over his words, and, he had to be, show up, basically. But it just so happened he was also charismatic, and he was also extremely talented, and, and very good at what he was doing, right? So that was a double whammy there. With that said, I do like the idea of, after all this chaos, Keir Starmer saying, look, here's a sensible plan. It's we're not starting with a grand plan that we're not sure is going to work. We're starting with a plan that we feel very, very confident in, that it's going to work. It's growth centric. The success of the plan depends on growth. So that incentivizes us to fix these problems. But the problem is that the NHS, there's a bunch of problems that need a lot of fucking money right fucking now. That's the key, is that they need a lot of money to retain doctors, to hire more doctors. They need a lot of money just in general for everything. And where are you going to get it if you're just waiting for the quarterly profits to roll in for growth? I don't know if that's enough revenue stream to fix the problems that need to be fixed. Because here's the thing, Leon. The enemies are already banging at the gate. If Keir Starmer doesn't deliver in the first 1 year, if people don't see substantive change in their pocketbook, in their day-to-day, in 1 year, it will. You think this is like a 20-year labor majority. No, this shit could be whittled down in 5 years very quickly, and the enemies will be chipping away at that as soon as possible. So Keir needs to deliver immediately. And hey, he needs people like you to tell him, do it now. Don't wait. Don't hesitate. Legislative blitz. Yeah, but I mean, look, it's like, how are you going to pay for it? We can't be sitting around waiting for growth. Go after the rich, Keir. And I hope that's what he does. He comes up to the microphone and he says, look, we looked at the numbers. We have no choice. We got to do this. And like, who's going to be disappointed? GB News? The billionaires that fund GB News telling their fucking disgusting teleprompter readers to oh no, Nigel Farage out there, can you believe what they're doing to the middle class and lower class, raising taxes, even though it's obviously a tax on the rich? They're going to come out and say, oh, it's the middle class and lower class, it's small mom and pops. They're going to say it anyway. Does Keir have the balls to govern? Because that we need money. And there's one group that has a shitload. And the real crime of it, their fucking lifestyle, their everything, nothing would change for them. Right? The number would go down. And they, no, not my numbers. Oh, my big pile. Oh, my big pile. They're like Smog, right? In this cave. Oh, don't take a coin. Don't take a single nothing. It's all mine. Only grow. They're mentally ill motherfuckers. I don't care if you're on the cover of Forbes. You're ill. You're sick.
Great height, anomics. She lasted just 6 weeks in office. Oh, Liz Truss, former PM, has just lost her seat. Good riddance.
See you
Then,
later.
just as you thought you'd run out of entitled, incompetent morons to run the country, it's multi-millionaire hedge fund manager Rishi Sunak, the UK's richest prime minister ever.
Well, that's
we
a
had
different
finally
story.
come full circle,
Everybody
with
respects
Britain
Best
being
Goblin.
governed by economic terrorists and
Magazine.
disaster capitalists enabled by a political class of grifters and ambulance chasers blaming immigrants and poor people for all the country's woes whilst sucking out every last morsel of marrow out of the bare bones of the rotting corpse of the state. 14 years of Tory populism and austerity, and what have we got to show for it?
Yeah.
The British economy has flatlined. Real
Yeah.
wages are lower than they were a decade ago. A third of British children live in relative poverty,
That's right,
and there
yeah.
are more food banks than there are McDonald's. Our healthcare system is in
He brings up the shrinkage, too. This is crazy. British children are smaller.
tatters. Our social care system is in tatters, and rapists
It was a
are
good
being
campaign.
spared
But look,
jail
no, you
because
see, but Leon, no. It wasn't the perfect campaign. He could have actually gone harder. But that's what I'm saying, is that this Labor Party has learned all the wrong lessons. They could have promised way more and been just as successful, maybe even more successful, right? Because the big criticism against Keir is that, I don't know, he's not really standing out. He's not really making a splash, and that was the strategy, and it was successful. But it was successful not because of the strategy. It was successful because they weren't Tories. It was the same thing with Obama in the Bush era. It was just, I don't care if you're George Bush. Are you Ronald McDonald? I don't care. You got half of racist America to vote for a black guy because he wasn't George Bush. Well, only time will tell. But I gotta say, you're a total. Look, you're riding high off the election, and rightfully so. Congratulations on your victory. But you got rose-tinted glasses on for this party. And look, man, your expectations are the highest, and you're the one that's going to get crushed the hardest. But look, that's okay. You have hope. All I ask from you is that you push this party, because you don't believe me right now, but the proof is in the pudding. You're not a loser. You're not a liar. You're going to see the proof. You're going to see the proof that this party is going to try to avoid taxing the rich, is going to continue veering to the right. They're not going to be moving to the left now that they've got into place. We're going to be seeing a continuation of some of the Brexit goals to open it up for further exploitation, because that's the people that Keir represents. Okay, That's what we're going to see. And you're honest enough to, when we start seeing that, you're honest enough to admit that. That's all that I ask. Could have had a much higher popular vote share. That's true. But going further left wouldn't have gotten more seats. He would have bigger swings and higher. I mean, it depends on how you do it, right? You go full, crazy commie lefty, too aggressive, ignoring good politics like Jeremy Corbyn. Absolutely. But could the Labor Party have made louder calls to, like, yes, we're going to fix the NHS, and the billionaires that live in this country are going to pay for it? Would that have really, is that so radical? Oh no, the 20 billionaires are going to vote Tory. Oh no, they were going to vote Keir, but now they're going to vote Tory. You know what I mean? But anyway, what's done is done. It was a successful campaign, and good for you, and good for all your hard work. Like I said before, all that matters to me is that you're honest with yourself when you see this party do exactly as I predict, because, man, I'm telling you, the writing's on the wall, the emulation of what I've seen. But I will admit, UK politics is different. Your democracy is stronger than the United States. Accountability still exists. Transparency and checks and balances are still much stronger than in the United States. So things can absolutely happen differently than how they've happened in the United States. So I want to be wrong on this one. I'm a cynical bastard. You got rose tinted glasses on. You have to admit that. But that's okay. I'm hoping for success, and I'm hoping that Keir sees the benefit of taking a little bit more from the rich and redistributing it amongst the NHS and these other social services that are desperate for it. Absolutely desperate for it. We got people dying in the fucking hallways of hospitals waiting 6, 12, even longer for service. It's inexcusable, and it's 100% the Tories' fault. So Keir Starmer needs to, whatever he's got to do, man, like I said, year one needs to have substantive change, especially in the NHS. It's disgusting what the Tories have allowed the NHS to turn into. Absolutely disgusting, because people look at that, they say, oh yeah, look, see, socialized medicine failed. Socialized medicine's a bad idea. Yeah, it doesn't work if you don't fucking fund it. U.S. is one of the largest classified democracy. You guys have a lot to do. No, the UK democracy is stronger than the United States democracy, 100%, without a doubt, period. End of story. This is a fucking disaster. This is it. This is the end game in America. This is the beginning of a fascist dictatorship in the United States of America, without doubt, without hyperbole.
The prisons are full. This is an extinction-level event for the Tories.
Yeah.
It's a bit like a really bad Jurassic Park film. A bit like the last Jurassic Park film. So, whilst Keir Starmer may be as charismatic as a lukewarm block of unseasoned tofu, going back to a centrist, socially left-of-centre, fiscally right-of-centre party run by a potato feels like a radical shift. Boring is the new radical.
Sure.
Unradical is the new radical. The truth is that Starmer can't be radical. There's no money left. But not promising things you can't deliver is in itself a rejection of populism. Unfortunately,
and if that's what that is, that's okay. But tell me the logic of taking tax cuts for the rich or tax raises for the rich out of your manifesto. How that gets regular Joes. I guess what it does is it cuts your enemy off from that angle. But they do it anyway. What the Tories' entire push was higher taxes, higher taxes, higher taxes. What are they going to they're going to double, triple down on that message even more if you had tax the rich in your manifesto? So look, it's like either Keir is going to move to the left and he's going to see the benefit, or he's going to continue to make excuses and try to keep, the rich, to try to keep as much tax cuts for the rich, try to keep the obligations off the rich as much as possible while maintaining a certain amount of inefficiency in the system, instead of doing what needs to be done, which is gouging the fuck out of these billionaires and refunding totally these departments that have been drained. We're talking going right back to the levels that they were in 2008.
Fortunately, Labour are promising nothing.
Welcome back to
Reading
Maroney.
Labour's manifesto is about as inspiring as when you forget to take your phone with you and you have to take a dump whilst reading the back of a bottle of bleach. Labour's tax and spending pledges are minuscule, less than even the Tories were promising. And therein lies the problem. When the system fails the people support politicians who promise to burn the system to the ground.
True, that's true.
Enter stage right Nigel Farage,
Fucking
about as
moron.
trustworthy as an unlicensed butcher. You may have seen him talking at Donald Trump's rallies. Farage has been a uniquely bad smell in British politics for some years. His Reform Party may have
Finally
only won a
gets his
handful of
seat.
seats last night, but Farage has already anointed himself the unofficial leader of the opposition, with many pundits saying he could be our next Prime Minister before our new Prime Minister has even sat down at his desk and got his pens out. Starmer should beware, as should the likes of Joe Biden. Just not being the other guy isn't enough. If Starmer cannot turn the tide, and quickly, saving our public services from the brink of collapse whilst putting more money into working people's pockets, in 5 short years, populists will be poised to take over the country again. Keir Starmer may well be a step in the right direction, or he may merely represent
this, Leon?
a stay of execution. If that's the case, the UK's political landscape has never looked so bleak. Well, that's depressing.
Well, I got a lot of shit to cover. But I am going to be covering who's in Britain's new Labour government led by Keir Starmer. So I think I have a video. Yeah, so I have a video right here that was just released about an hour ago from Channel 4 that goes over just that. So we're going to do that one instead, Leon. But thank you for this link. Yeah, we are going to cover who's in the cabinet. What are the moves being made? So we're going to get to that. So let's not waste any more time. Let's get to these videos real quick. Just wanted to show you the raw numbers here. And yeah, not unfortunately, the Tories went into full damage control mode, fear mongering, lies up and down, even borrowing terms from the United States like supermajority and and of course fear-mongering about tax cuts for you. Oh, everyone's getting a tax cut. Oh yeah, the busker on the street getting a tax cut. Tax raise. Everyone getting their taxes raised. And Keir Starmer, it's funny how first impressions go, because Keir Starmer failed to nip that in the bud. Second one in the debate, he damn well knew it was coming too, but he failed to nip it in the bud. And that momentum, ever since that moment that I already forgot his name, that Rishi Sunak, was able to repeat that lie 5-10 times before 45 minutes into the debate. They were able to ride that momentum and save some seats here. But it looks like Reform is also biting into their heels, and it's interesting to see Reform with its bog standard xenophobia and bigotry capture this amount of Tories. But it's also kind of it's good though, because in the United States, this is MAGA, and it's like this is the sliver of old GOP that's left in the United States. So the Tories have a long way to go here before they're completely subsumed by hatred. And what I hope happens is that they learn the right lessons from this election. They go back to the drawing board. They say, hey, the Suella Braverman bigotry, the shipping people off to Kenya, the constant always cutting of the social services, that didn't really work out for us. Wasn't a big success. Oh, how can I forget? Oh yeah, taking us out of the single market, literally imposing economic sanctions on ourselves. I hope that's what they do. Do I think that? I mean, so here's what. If Keir Starmer solidifies this and makes it last longer than 5 years and gets into 10 years and 15 years or whatever, right? Makes it nice and long, just like the Tories. They will eventually start doing that soul searching, right? How long did it take the Labour Party to do some soul searching, right? And say, well, we got to change some things. Took 2 failed elections, right? Wasn't it? So it's going to take a while. What they're instinctively going to do is immediately double down and triple down They're going to double down and triple down on what the momentum that they've had in the last 14 years, and they're going to try to attack the Labor Party with everything that they have, with every lie, with everything, to see if that could possibly be effective. Because if Keir is an ineffective leader, their lies and propaganda will start to eat away, and they'll say, okay, yeah, in 5 years we have a real chance of regaining this, of getting these seats back, right? They need this many. You see this really nice chart here. Wow, each square actually represents a different. Wow, that's actually really cool. That must have taken a little bit of time there. That's pretty neat. Old classic web design, isn't that neat? Is this like HTML? This is really neat. But anyway, so that's what's going to happen immediately, is that the smear sludge factory is going to be going full tilt for the first 5 years, right? Just to see, okay, can we get some of these seats back? Do we have to actually change, or can we just lie our way through this? Keir falling flat on his face. Can we depend on that? And can we just steady the course? So that's what we're going to see initially. But if Keir can govern, if Keir is a solid leader, if Keir can deliver for people, and this majority goes nowhere, after that first 5 years, we might see the Tory party maybe try something different. Maybe. You got to remember, these are very mediocre, lazy, spoiled, nepotism, trained nepotists, but trained since birth, in these elite fucking schools. They're not. They don't just turn on a dime. Their world philosophy and how they operate. Okay, they got to be cowed. They got to be destroyed politically. But anyway, here's just the difference that you see here. Labor gaining 214 seats. Absolutely epic. Lib Dems plus 64. Reform plus 5. Others, I'm not sure. The Raving Loony Mad Party. The Raving Mad Loony Party. Green Party plus 3. I mean, it's something. It's something for the Greens. Let's hope we can keep this momentum going. Poor little Rishi didn't even have Sky TV. That's a good point. Poor little Rishi there. No, what he meant to say is he didn't have Sky TV in all of his rooms. Because he probably had 15 bedrooms. Three or four at least. Oh, I only have Sky TV in my main bedroom. Oh. Sky TV is fucking trash. Anyway. PC 2, UUP 1, the DUP lost 3, SNP lost 38, which is interesting. They were riddled with scandal. This is the Scottish National Party, something like that, but they're pro Scottish independence. They push hard on that, but they had a bunch of corruption scandals. They've apparently become complicit as a party, and they were punished pretty heavily by it. And then, of course, the Conservatives here, 252, well deserved. I mean, honestly, they deserved a complete wipeout. Every single fucking seat, in the way that they governed, every single fucking seat. Honestly, it's a miracle that they were able in the few weeks. I mean, this guy, the D-Day situation. I mean, it was just debacle after debacle. He was lucky. Keir was such a little pussycat in the debates, because that was really the only time that he was able to just shine a little bit. Tax cuts. You get a tax cuts. And then he's asked the Keir is asked a direct question. Are you going to raise taxes? And then he doesn't answer the question. It's like, you look like you're going to raise taxes. Anyway, Larry the Cat. I don't know. Someone put this in the Discord. Thank you, by the way, for everybody your contributions in the Discord. I think this was you, Leon. I have many criticisms, or was this someone else? I have many criticisms of Sunak and the Conservatives, but we should all. Oh no, this was actually Davey who put this in there, because he was responding to something that I said earlier. So, like I've been saying, UK politics, UK democracy, officially, technically, more robust, stronger, more checks and balances, more transparency than the United States democracy, easily. We see a political party that's been in charge for 14 years, voted out, peacefully transitioning power, not challenging the system, not saying the system is broken, not challenging democracy or trying to change elections, accepting defeat, and getting the fuck out of the way. And it's like, yeah, it's come to this. Yeah, this is the debate. This is what we're talking about. Peaceful transitions of power. We're back there. Allowing this MAGA nonsense to fester and get out of control as the neoliberals have. This is what we get. Giving fascists free speech. This is what we get. Now, I'm not saying we have to go draconian, all the people saying, Joe Biden, drone strike, Trump, all that shit. I don't agree with any of that. I simply think criminals who commit crimes should be tried for those crimes and, found guilty if they are found guilty by a trial of their peers. Is that too much to ask? Apparently so, yes. But anyway, that's what this tweet is saying, is that, like, look at this. It's amazing. Conservatives stepping down 14 years. They're not challenging the democracy, not fighting back. Good sign for UK democracy. And this is really great. Big slam dunk, low-hanging fruit, and he chopped it right away. Unlike Joe Biden, hesitating and perpetrating. Joe Biden over here, too busy licking ice cream and finding, a new pair of aviators to forget somewhere. I bet he's lost like 100 pair. Oh, I lost this pair of aviators that, Angela Merkel gave me. Left them in a Wendy's bathroom, in a Waffle House bathroom. But no, this is great. Low-hanging fruit, snapped it, chopped it. Prime Minister Starmer axes Rwanda plan on first day in office, says reports. Imagine finding, yeah. It's just like on the back. It's like just sitting on the back of the toilet, You just forgot him there. Yeah, I guess. Yeah. Front yard shield. Uh-oh. I'm not a right-winger, so if you want to just move on before I ban you. Yeah, there it is. God, only the second comment. Why don't you just go ahead and leave? This is not right-wing land. You're not welcome here. Please leave before I have to show you the door. Don't even bother with your bullshit. Okay. Go back to the other kick channels that are fucking, pro-dictator, pro-fascist dictatorship. Why am I saying this? Because right-wingers are pieces of shit. You have a disgusting ideology, and you're currently working as hard as possible to install a fascist dictatorship that will destroy America. That's all. That's all. Okay. All right, I'm just going to go ahead and show you the door. 1 second, let me just go ahead and... There we go. All right, yeah, it's based. Wow, yeah, the right is based, guys. Goodbye. Thank you so much for your time. He just wants to have a debate, guys. He's just asking questions. What is the definition of fascism, huh? Have you ever really thought of that? We don't even really live in a democracy. It's more of like a republic. And really, what's wrong with a dictatorship? Wildly bold statement that right-wingers are pieces of shit? Wildly bold, huh? That right-wingers are working as hard as possible to install a fascist dictatorship currently in the United States? I know. Oh, no, I took his free speech away in my chat. Oh, no. Well, I can see where this one's going. So, before I flush you as well, Mr. Username, what are you looking forward to if Trump if and when Trump wins? If the current trajectory, wants to hold and Trump wins, what are you looking forward to? Trump's first 90 days. What's the number one priority for you in Trump's new fascist, future for America? What are you looking forward to? Like the big policy, that you're hoping. Yeah, that's not the question that I'm asking you. You're defending right-wingers. You're defending, I assume, right-wing policy, and I assume you're pretending you would, if you were going to vote, you would vote for Trump, but you're probably going to be too lazy and jerking off to I don't know, hentai or something, you know, you'll be too busy to go ahead and actually vote, but you're happy to repeat right-wing talking points over the internet. So I asked you a question. Yeah, so better economy. So you think the economy was so great under Trump, right? Right? You believe the lies on that one? I hope for a better economy, or a plan for it at least. So, right? So you think, Mr. Username, you think Trump is going to get you a better economy, right? Right? Yeah. Right? Mr. Good Username? Right? Have you run away already? So I guess username over here. We're just going to cut to the chase because you're a coward. I think you've already left because you're a kind of a coward. I can kind of sense it. Both embarrassments. Ooh, that spelling is embarrassing. I'd rather vote anyone else but Trump for the economy. So you think Trump is going to be great on the economy, huh? So I'm a coward. Yeah, I could tell. So what do you know that these 16 Nobel laureate level economists don't know about the reality, about the fact that Trump's economy was a fucking disaster, separating COVID out of the equation completely. Trump's economy, total fucking disaster. Tax cuts for the rich, middle class getting fucked. Anyone else but Trump for the economy? Okay. By the way, Nobel Peace Prize, fuck the Nobel Peace Prize. But I think it's fair to say these guys know a little bit. The same No, it actually objectively didn't. You see what I mean? Oh, I'm a centrist. Oh, I don't like Trump. But I consistently repeat right-wing lies. That's a fucking lie. The economy is much better under Trump, even separating COVID. I've shown it, I don't know, maybe a dozen times on the stream. Objective proof, numbers, charts, people who read books. When's the last time you've read a book? You can't even come up with a fucking username. You're not. That's the problem. You're not. You're getting walked over by fascists, and you're like, oh, calm down, bro. It's just a little fascism. Holy shit. I just want the economy to be better, so I'm going to believe right-wing lies, even though I claim to be a centrist on the left. I would never vote Trump, but I acknowledge the lie that Trump's economy was better. I acknowledge the lie that Biden's economy is worse than Trump's. It's a lie. Look it up, you jackass. Moving on. Oh, I don't need to teach you, bitch. Here's the lesson you need to learn, motherfucker. Here's the lesson you need to learn. Right here. Bye-bye. 30 minutes in the motherfucking, with the motherfucking dunce cap in the corner, right where you fucking belong. Moving on. I'm not Destiny. I'm not here to convert the right wing. I'm here to kick the right wing so fucking hard I got shit on my boots. So, Keir Starmer acts as the Rwanda plan. Congratulations, Keir Starmer, on doing something right off the bat, showing people this is a serious government. Day one, cutting this, it's a total boondoggle. Spent millions of dollars to spend to get 4 people over there. So good job, Keir Starmer. Props to you. It's a good start. Let's see more. Thought I would mention, just in case any of the videos I show don't mention it, Rishi Sunak set to resign as Conservative Party leader on Friday morning. He could not, look at this fucking Mickey Mouse ass picture, dude. But he could not wait to get the fuck out of there. This platinum spoon, Nancy boy having to pretend to eat motherfucking, I don't know, beans and porridge, whatever the fuck you be eating over there in the UK. Right? Oh, with the common people? Oh, I relate. Oh, totally. I didn't have Sky News, right? Oh, yeah, you're having trouble, getting cancer treatment? Yeah, I didn't even get Sky News. Motherfucker robot over here trying to pretend like he's human. Couldn't fucking wait to get out of this. All right, I'm honestly, I'd be surprised if he sticks around in government. I mean, you are the face of a historic conservative loss. And just to even give credit where credit is due, or just to be fair, even though they don't deserve fairness, it's not like it was Rishi's whole fault, right? We got Boris, we got Truss, we got all these motherfuckers that came before him. The whole 14 years of conservative governments, he's just the tail end of it. But dude, you are the last one. You're the face. You're the first card on the bottom of the deck. Boom, you're right there. You're the face of it. Goodbye. So let's get to it. We had this report about an hour ago from Channel 4. Keir Starmer assembles cabinet for the first time. So, like I said, we need, as Leon acknowledged, we need a legislative blitz. So let's see this. Let's see what, the pressure is going to be nuts. GB News has probably already started the apocalypse timer, right? This is the end of the UK. The Labour Party is going to tax the rich into oblivion. Is that what's going on? They're going full Muppet. They're doing the Muppet thing, Kermit the Frog. All right, let's get to it.
After months of saying if, never when, today came the day Labour...
No, these aren't cameramen's. This is what just the people in England, in the UK, they carry around cameras. They really give a shit about photography. Phone cameras, fuck that shit. Okay, they carry professional stuff. It's kind of a point of pride for most UK citizens, right? To carry like $10,000 of camera equipment everywhere you go, right?
There have been desperate for.
Beans and porridge.
The first female Chancellor of the Exchequer descended on Downing Street with all the Secretaries of State in a new Labour government for their first cabinet meeting and the chance to start governing.
It was the honour and privilege of my life to be invited by the
Leon.
King, His Majesty the King,
He
yesterday
suffered.
to form a government.
It's a cabinet with the most female ministers in history. There are only 3 from minority ethnic backgrounds.
Oh, well.
It's a cabinet in which only 2 ministers attended private schools. And it's a cabinet that has...
That's more important than anything right there. That's okay, race makeup, that's good. Cultural diversity, that's fine. Doesn't necessarily, look at Suella Braverman, right? That doesn't necessarily mean that you're a progressive by any means, right? If you have an ethnic background. But this is the most important thing. Listen to this.
Cabinet in which only 2 ministers attended private schools.
That's huge. Only 2 ministers. That's fucking huge, man. Because that private school mentality, the Jacob Rees-Mogg mentality, is one of the big reasons why you see such delusion from these guys, like from Liz Truss and Kwasi Kwarteng, right? They are convinced that, no, this is the way you do it. You squeeze the middle class, you squeeze the lower class, you cut taxes for the mega rich, you cut taxes for the wealthy. It works. You just have to do it harder. And that they're totally delusional about it, right? There's no convincing them otherwise. They've been trained since birth in this private school, incubator to think this way. And, not even a swift kick on the ass is going to convince them otherwise. So it's really refreshing to hear that only 2 people who are from that environment are in this cabinet. So that is because, hey, you've been to public school. At the very least, you've interacted with a poor person in your life. I think Jacob Rees-Mogg, the only time he interacts with poor people is when he wants their vote.
And it's a cabinet that has already started making decisions, like scrapping the scheme to send asylum seekers to Rwanda.
Look, the Rwanda scheme was dead and buried before it started. It's never been a deterrent.
Terrible idea.
Look at the numbers that have come over
the
in the first 6 and a bit months of this year. They're record numbers. That is the problem that we are inheriting. It has never acted as a deterrent.
Yeah.
Almost the opposite. And I'm not prepared to continue with gimmicks that don't act as a deterrent.
In his first full day in post, Sir Keir Starmer invited the cameras into Downing Street, pledging to deliver in office what he promised in opposition.
Good afternoon, Prime Minister. Firstly, have you got used to hearing yourself get called that yet?
Shut the
and
fuck
secondly, if I may, you said progress isn't going to be like flick of a light switch. You've said that it's going to take a while. But for people at home who are feeling pinched, who are feeling desperate, when can they expect things to start getting any better? A year from now, 2 years from now, before the next election, or perhaps never?
Well, look,
never.
On the first question.
No, never. Yeah, okay, yep, that's my answer. Never. Okay, moving on. Why even put that in? Is he from GB News? What kind of question is that, sir? Day one of being a prime minister, are you going to promise nothing? Yep, that's it. Option number 3. You got me. I wasn't going to say that, but then you offered that as an option. I can't help myself. I'm a chronic truth teller. I'm going to give you fucking nothing.
Yes, I'm getting used to it. I'm very happy to be called Keir or Prime Minister. On change, the work has started. And we will deliver change as quickly as we can, and that will include change, within the early months and years of the government. It won't be a question of simply saying nothing's going to change until towards the end of the first term.
Look, but I get not saying, oh yeah, 6 months. Look at your paycheck. It's going to be going up. I promise you. Like, I get saying that kind of shit, but I don't know. Be like, I can't give you a concrete time, but I can tell you, day one, we're already working on it. It's we're wanting to make this 6 months or less. We're trying to shoot for that. We're trying to target and prioritize the things that are going to be immediately noticeable to you. Immediately alleviating some pressure on you immediately, right? Nothing wrong with saying that. So, look, the election's over. The election's over. You're now in charge. You're now leading. Okay, you don't have to set expectations. You don't have to worry about maneuvering politically to get a centrist vote, to get an independent vote. Oh no, because they might vote for me because I might raise their taxes. That's over. So you're unbound by these restrictions, and yet we still see setting expectations. We still see trepidation. But okay, all right. I'm being overly critical here, and I might be looking too much into it. But we don't need to be setting expectations. You won, dude. Congratulations. What the fuck are you going to do?
To change, within the early months and years of the government. It won't be a question of simply saying nothing's going to change until towards the end of the first term. But different change will be delivered at different speeds, inevitably. What I can't pretend is that we can fix everything overnight. The obvious example of that is the mess the government, or the last government, made in relation to prisons. They mismanaged the building programme. Half the money hasn't been spent. The tough decisions weren't taken on planning. We don't have the prisons we need. And I can't build a prison in 24 hours.
So prisons are a priority, and his new prisons minister is the founder of Timpson's, James Timpson, who employs many ex-offenders and who told this programme earlier this year that much of the prison population shouldn't be there.
And then there's another third, and there's a large proportion of women. Prison is a disaster for them because they're just putting them back in the offending cycle.
The prison minister has huge experience here and has invested a huge amount over many years in relation to prisons, and that's why I wanted to make that appointment. We do need to be clear about the way in which we use prisons. We need to get away from the fact that for so many people come out of prison, they're back in prison relatively quickly afterwards. That is a massive problem.
Yeah. Labour's vast majority and the drastic change to Parliament's makeup.
It's a very difficult problem to fix, because even if you have all the money in the world for programs, job training, and recidivism reduction programs while in jail, if your economy and your society is not able to help a person that's been incarcerated, it's not only are you starting over from absolutely fucking nothing. Usually, maybe if you're lucky, you got some money in the bank or something before you went in, maybe, but usually you're starting off from nothing. But now you have an economy that does not offer you any kind of assistance, and on top of that, you have the ex-con label, and 90% of employers throw your resume right in the trash. So you can really only get fry cook, dishwasher, that kind of stuff. And really, the government needs to step in. That needs to be, part of that recidivism program, are massive job programs for ex-cons to get them in there so that they can get rid of that ex-con label, get some more labor experience, show that they're an honest person, and get back into the economy. A lot of the time, almost, I would say most of the time, when you see money invested in reducing recidivism, you're not seeing the same amount of investment in reducing the amount of inequality, inequity, in the economy and in society in general, that allows that prisoner to come back into, and not be incentivized in a way to commit crime. Because, look, man, if you can't get a job, you got to eat, and you're surrounded by a bunch of motherfuckers that got a lot of shit that you don't have. 1 + 1 = 2 really quick for a lot of people. I'm not trying to encourage or defend criminal activity. I'm simply saying grand majority of the people that are committing crimes are not committing crimes because they think crime is cool. Okay? There's usually a pretty large list of factors that go into a person making that decision to steal, etc. There are some folks out there that think crime is cool, and I want to hang out with them and drink booze with them. But I'm not. You're not in my house. You're not allowed in my house. But we will party. We can party. Totally unashamed criminals. Yeah, we can party.
Means pushing through their plans is far easier. For the Conservatives, licking their wounds, the only talk now is who'll lead them next.
Are you going to be the next Tory party leader?
Announcements. We've just got to take our time.
I guess the racism, bigotry, corruption, failure to deliver, and lies didn't work out, Suella. Better luck next time. Oh, you got a microphone? I love microphones. Let me just explain all of the various crimes that I've committed in my life into your microphone so we can test it and sound check it. I would love to go on some kind of mega heist like stealing the crown jewels. Yeah, me too, quite frankly. Kind of break up the doldrums, okay? I'm not saying I want to do it. I'm just saying. It'd be fun. Can we listen to the Ocean's 11 soundtrack over and over and over again in the car on the way to the various things that we're doing? We're like casing the joint. We're like 6 hours into it. Dude, if you hit replay on that fucking CD one more fucking time. Come on, it's a stakeout. I got the Ocean's 12 soundtrack now. We're not doing Ocean's 13. No one's doing Ocean's 13. Come on. It's a good movie.
She didn't say no.
What the hell? I mean, what? It's so funny too how she's like no makeup, but I think she was like first thing in the morning. This was like the reporters outside of her house. She's probably getting her paper. So that's okay. That's perfectly fine. But I do think it's funny. The entire strategy, her entire everything completely falls flat. Let's see what she has to say here. The people have spoken.
The only talk now is who'll lead them next.
Are you going to be the next Tory party leader?
Announcements. We've just got to take our time.
Yeah.
Figure out what's
She didn't say no. Yeah. But one person who has, former Chancellor Jeremy Hunt. This evening, Downing Street prepared for the football and the Prime Minister prepared for a 4-nation tour of the UK and 5 years attempting to deliver what his campaign was sold on.
The fuck's supposed to do?
Well, if Labour's top tier are getting down to work, what about the newly elected MPs? Joining me here is Miata Fahnbulleh and from Lincoln, Hamish Falconer. She was previously...
All right, look, are we expecting truth from these guys? Are we expecting hard-hitting comments from these people? I'm not really. Let's listen to just a couple minutes of it, and then we're going to move on to our next clip. Okay, hey, Mr. Non-binary. What are you most looking forward to in a Trump presidency dictatorship? What is the number one policy that you're looking forward to in if Trump wins? All right, let's just listen to a couple minutes here and see what they have to say. I'm curious if the journalist here asks an actually interesting question or if he just puffs him up.
An economist, still an economist. He was a diplomat, perhaps still a diplomat, but also a hostage negotiator. Very useful skills these days. Thank you very much to both of you for coming in. And congratulations to both of you. Let me start with you, Miata.
Miata? Cool name.
There's an extraordinary mismatch, isn't there, here, in terms of the number of MPs and the vote share. Does that worry you in any way at all?
Oh, okay. I don't really care. All right. If you want to see the rest of this, you're welcome to. Let's keep this fucking train moving here. I got one more video. No, actually, that was my last UK video, so we're actually done with the UK section. So I'm ecstatic. Labor Party win. It's nice to hear conservatives being pushed back someplace on the planet, and not another story about right wingers being resurgent. Fear mongering on immigration working. Trump will bring on porno care, providing porn stars for citizens. Wow. Are you like 12? I think we got some youngsters in the chat, guys. I think we got some young folks in the chat. I'm not going to really interrupt the stream talking to you anymore. So we do have, real quick, one piece of world news out of Iran here. They're calling this guy a moderate. It's good to know that this fella here is a moderate in Iran, okay? Which is a big difference. He's no Bernie Sanders, okay? Let's make that clear. But he is, moderate for Iranian politics, which is a really great sign. But that doesn't necessarily mean that, it's going to prevent any kind of war with Israel, because if Israel wants the war, Israel will, do what needs to be done for the right response coming from Iran. So the antagonism is not going to end. But if a more moderate voice exists, maybe we can get this guy in front of TV, right? Doing some interviews with some American journalists. That would be an incredibly beneficial thing for Iranian relations across the world, cooling things down, which would make it more difficult for Israel to instigate and start wars. I would also like to see an acknowledgement of, the fact that supporting through Hezbollah, supporting Hamas, supporting these terrorist organizations is not a winning strategy in fighting the West and fighting the white devil, if you want to call us that. I'm not saying the West is totally innocent. Obviously the crimes that we committed against the Iranian government, against the Iranian people, with the Shah, et cetera, et cetera. But it's just the rockets. You're not going to win with aggression. We got to MLK Gandhi this one, and it's so difficult for me to push that strategy because here I am, Whitey, enjoying all the fruits and luxuries of the Western lifestyle, telling a country filled with religious people that are not my color, right, how to act and how to work. But I can tell you one thing: America is really good at violence. Israel thinks they're really good at violence. I don't know how beneficial it's been to speak in that language, that language of violence. Because that's like, it's like, hey, you want to, okay, that's the way you want to go. Let's go, right? Hey, okay, no problem. We could go there. I thought we were going to do some talking. We don't have to do no talking then. Yeah, no, we could get right down to it. It feels like, sometimes that's the attitude coming from the United States. You know what I mean? It's like our ears are open for alternatives, but if it comes down to violence, well, it comes down to violence. We'll lie to our people. We'll gloss over it. Morning Joe will do their job. CNN will do their job, and we can, commit all kinds of atrocities. And I mean, look what happened with Afghanistan, right? Oh, whoa, what a big deal. What a big deal. 10 years, we're still, 7-8 years, left, and America fell asleep. There were entire years. I saw the numbers. There were entire years where Afghanistan wasn't mentioned once by the mainstream media. The entire year went by, America at war, America spending money in a foreign country. Not a single mention. Not a single fucking mention on ABC, CNN, NBC. So a more moderate Gandhi-style approach might be more beneficial than slinging a bunch of rockets and, planning a bunch of massacres and, supporting extremist elements. I mean, the extremist elements are going to exist, especially in the Gaza Strip, because you've pushed people so goddamn, close to the edge. The strategy of, making that worse as some form of resistance doesn't seem to be working. In fact, it seems to benefit the narratives of those that want to destroy Palestine. Right? The perfect boogeyman right there. Oh yeah, look how terrible Hamas is. Look how terrible Hezbollah is. Perfect boogeyman. Now, Hezbollah is far different from Hamas. I'll say this. far more strategic. I don't think Hezbollah would have committed October 7th thinking that the retaliation wasn't going to be of an epic proportion. But let's get into it here real quick. From Iran, reformist Masoud Pezeshkian wins Iranian presidential election. Like I said, this is a moderate in Iranian terms.
In Iran, reformist candidate and former health minister Masoud Pezeshkian has been elected president. The Electoral Authority says Pezeshkian got more than 16 million votes out of about 30 million cast in Friday's runoff. He was the only reform candidate allowed to run. His rival, hardliner Saeed Jalili, an ultra-conservative who opposes reviving nuclear negotiations with the West, got fewer than 14 million votes. It was the lowest turnout for a presidential contest since the Islamic Republic was founded.
Well, that's not a very good sign at all. The low turnout indicates, you know, the cynical attitude towards this, and the fact that he was the only reform candidate allowed to run definitely feeds into that skepticism that he was basically, you know, he was groomed in a way like you can disagree, but you can't disagree too much. They have the who is it, the Ayatollah that they have to worry about. So that's probably where that was probably part of the calculation is, okay, does the Ayatollah approve of this reform candidate, right?
With less than half of eligible voters casting ballots. We are joined now by Ali Fatullah-Nejad, is founder and director of the Center for Middle East and Global Order. He is joining me live.
I mean, you could say Donald Trump is a reform candidate. He's going to reform our democracy into a fascist dictatorship, but it depends on your definition of reform.
Live from Berlin. Again, Masoud Pezeshkian, Iran's only reformist candidate, has won the latest presidential election. How significant is this for Iran?
I think, first of all, we have to note the fact that a majority of Iranians did not participate in this round of elections. In the first round, the official rate that was announced was 40%. This time around almost 50%. And again, those are official figures, so one has to be careful a bit. Secondly, it shows that there has been some, support for Pezeshkian. That could be interpreted as a kind of protest vote against power centers of Iran. The supreme leader and the RGC and Saeed Jalili, his contender, was basically a reincarnation of this hardline stance within the center of power in Iran. And potentially some, very thin social base of the reformists also casted a ballot for him. So this explains why he has won.
You know, people might be curious about what difference a reformist can actually make in Iran, given that the last word, if you will, comes from the nation's conservative supreme leader.
Good question.
Absolutely. There is a lot of confusion in the West when it comes to so-called reformers or reformists within the Islamic Republic of Iran. In most cases, those figures are glorified. They're misinterpreted as to be, moderates or to be really willing to embark on a path of reform. Whereas, as you suggest, the power centers are still there and they have not changed. Is the Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei, his so-called office, which is a quasi-parallel government plus the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. And Pezeshkian, even within the reformist camp, he's a super loyalist vis-a-vis this.
And fuck theocracies, right? Oh yeah, you're bigger than humanity, huh? You're closer to God. You're ordained. You're so special. Everything you say, every word, a drop of golden wisdom. And what do they do? What do they do? Just like every other human, just like usually a man, right? 99% of the time it's a man. But they worry about their own ego and they worry about their own legacy. And it's me, 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 me. I am the country and the country is me. And everything I do is for the benefit of the country. If it benefits me, it benefits the country. Every fucking time. Every fucking time. If there was a real system of checks and balances, this guy would have gotten the boot decades ago, because what is he actually providing for the people of Iran? Besides a scolding, wagging finger anytime they raise their voice.
Power center. So in other words, whatever he has pledged the Iranian people during the campaign season to bring about is more than questionable, because he's not the one who's deciding, but he will be the one who is implementing any kinds of decisions, be it internally, be it externally, that is decided.
What the fuck is this? I sit alone. I allow this democracy to happen. You should be lucky. Of course no one shows up. Of course no one shows up to this farce. Oh, I'm so benevolent. I allow you, I'll allow you to voice your concerns. I may or may not consider them if God tells me to or not. Look at this. I sit alone in my wisdom.
By the
so I just want to, I'm so sorry to interrupt you, but I just want to be clear about this. Are you saying that he's effectively a reformist in name only? That he wouldn't actually be in a position to effectuate change on the ground?
Yeah, the thing is that we don't have a good understanding what reformism means within the confines of the Islamic Republic. Those reformists, and this is why they've lost a lot of popular legitimacy over the last decade and more, because they've not been looking for ways to really push for change. So, at best, they can be explained as a very loyal opposition, but even the name opposition would not be fitting. So, no, those are not reformists. Those are not reformers according to the sense of the world that we normally would take for granted.
Let's talk briefly about external policies. How much of a difference will this make on some key questions for Iran, ranging from nuclear issues to conflicts in the Middle East?
Zero. What is the mullah? What is
the
Ayatollah
nuclear issue and relations with the United States, but also Iran's regional policies are all decided by the supreme leader and the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, and not by the president. So this is not going to change. The president going to be probably a nicer face vis-a-vis, especially the West. So this may be also part of the calculation from the power center to allow him to run in the first place, so that a reformist president can ward off some pressure from the West and be quite advantageous for the power center and for the continuation of Iranian policies as we've seen it. So this may be also some part of the calculation from the power center to allow him to run.
Right. They're like, okay. Let's try talking to the West again. Let's see if we can't, simmer this Israel situation down.
To portray this kind of misleading, image, a positive image, especially to the West.
Our thanks to
very interesting.
Ali Fattollah-Nejad.
Yeah, Ali Fattollah-Nejad there, Center of Middle East and Global Order, some think tank. I don't know where their politics lie, but that was very interesting. And I think, that's a very sensible answer. That's been my observation, is that, whatever the Ayatollah wants, I remember Ahmadinejad being like enemy number one during the Bush administration, but he was just a puppet of the big dog. And that doesn't appear to have changed, but it does this reformist coming in, the Ayatollah allowing him to come in, is a signal to the West. Let's talk. We'll open it up a little bit. I didn't pick the super hard extremist. I didn't pick him. We picked the moderate fella. So let's have a conversation. Well, that they unfortunately do. Until there's another Iranian revolution, they unfortunately do. Mano poople. Okay. From a description as a German Iranian political scientist focusing in Iran, Middle East, posted uniform sounds very pro-Russian Iran. Yeah, he was not pro-Iranian at all. He was extremely, from my observation, from the things that I understood about Iran before watching that, he he mentioned a lot of the things that, you know, that's how I've understood it. You know, like the president or the prime minister, who, whatever position they want to call him, right? That doesn't really matter as much as what the Ayatollah does. To be fair, I've only heard unipolar world order from Putinists, so I'll dig into it more. It is very difficult. And you know what? These tankies on social media haven't made it any easier, but it's very difficult to criticize the military-industrial complex while also acknowledging, you know, Ukrainian sovereignty, you know, the fact that Ukraine deserves democracy, the fact that the military-industrial complex is helping Ukraine is a good thing. You know, it's very difficult to have a conversation about that. You know, like, hey, you know, it just, you know, broken clock situation, you know, disagree with Vietnam, disagree with Cuba, disagree with Afghanistan, disagree with Iraq, disagree with Syria, but goddamn do I agree with Ukraine. You know? BRICS. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Every time I hear BRICS, I just think of fucking shit bricks. Because that's what BRICS is. It's a fucking brick of shit. Okay. I want alternate alliances to challenge the West, right? But I want them to be legitimate, not hyper corrupt and basically a gaggle of fucking supervillains, you know? Folks, it is actually happening. It is no longer an if or a when. It is now. The end of America is now. The Supreme Court has made it very clear, codified into law what we have known for quite some time. U.S. presidents are not beholden to the law. They are immune. They are kings, functionally. Oh, but there's a process. There's a process. A process that our king can immediately subvert without any challenge. Right? So here's how it plays out. Trump does something wildly dictatorial and illegal. Oh, well, there's a process. There's a process. The process kicks in. King Trump then goes after the judge, then goes after the prosecutors, then goes after all the politicians that started the process, that started the investigation or the impeachment. So now we got the judges, the lawyers, the politicians in jail. Oh, what process? Who's starting the process next? I'm not starting the process. Oh, my colleagues who supported starting the process is sitting in a jail cell. There's no when the president says this is an executive order, arrest this person, there is no more due process. Okay? And if that president then decides to sign an executive order that goes after the people that are processing that process, this is history books will show if Trump wins in 2024 and starts, you know, his presidency and starts his dictatorship, history will show that it is that moment when the Supreme Court said, codified into law, presidents are immune, on top of the myriad of other things that the Supreme Court have done so far. Apparently now it's totally legal. It's not totally legal, but what the Supreme Court has done around regulation has basically thrown all regulations that we know are now moot. Every single climate regulation is going to be challenged by billion-dollar companies. The thousands and thousands of judges that Mitch McConnell has installed will do their dirty work, meaning that in the span of a couple years, there's going to be more feces in our food. There's going to be more poison in our drinking water. Companies are going to be allowed to exploit labor and a myriad of other regulations. They're going to be able to break these. They'll be challenged and then destroyed piece by piece by piece. We are living it. This is your call to action. This is your last chance before the violence starts. Because yes, they will bring it. They will bring violence to us. So I have the clip. President of the Heritage Fund saying, well, if you let us coup America, if you let the second American Revolution go by, there won't be blood in the streets. But if you resist, there'll be blood in the streets. The violence will be brought to us. Manipool, did you not hear the 20-minute fucking rant that I just went on about how you're talking about impeachment when all the president needs to do is go after the people that are prosecuting the impeachment? What, do you think then the next person in line is going to start the impeachment? And then the next person, and then the next person? What, like World War I soldiers on the front lines? You know, proudly dying? Just walk over your colleague. Oh, okay, go ahead and arrest me, President. I'm going to start the legal process to hold you accountable for being a dictator. Dictator, okay, arrest him. Okay, moving on. He would never do that. He would never do that. Donald Trump would never do that. Donald Trump would never do that. No, no, no. So, yeah, back to, thank you, Golden Ratio. Back to the video that I have queued up here. I wanted to start off with this because we have officially lost Weird Al. No, don't worry. He's not conservative, but he's getting political. That's how bad the situation is. You know how go along to get along, nicest guy in the universe, you know, the exact opposite of a sexual predator, like whatever the exact opposite of a creepy sexual predator is, that's Weird Al. And I know it's kind of ironic because of his name, but literally one of the nicest guys in the universe, you know, would be mortified to like have a political disagreement with somebody, you know, even if they vociferously disagree. Oh, I don't know if we should put babies in cages, bro. I don't know. I don't want to fight with you, but I don't know. Right? So we're at a point in politics in the United States where characters like Weird Al, who you know, incredible celebrity, and the reason why he's doing something like this is because the guilt. He's like, if I don't do something about this, if I don't use my celebrity to do something about this, I will be guilty. I will feel guilty, right? If Trump becomes president and I had an opportunity to use my celebrity to maybe fix this, to maybe make it better, to do anything, right? To at least try. Hold on here. I need to. I will feel guilty if there's a Trump presidency, right? But that's what we're seeing here. We're seeing that guilt manifest, and he's now entering politics. 1 second here. I just need to. There we go. He put it. He did this in front of a green screen. I assumed he wanted us to do stuff like this. So. President can throw his opposition in prison with political prosecutions. Biden for corruption. So you're one of these jackasses that thinks Trump was targeted by Joe Biden and what, that he's innocent, that Trump didn't commit the crimes, that he wasn't tried in a court of law, in a jury by his peers and found guilty of every single charge? You're trying to say Joe Biden had something to do with that? Biden innocent. I ask you a question. There we go. I just want to get that rounded up a bit. There we go. All right, let's get to it. And also, are you honestly trying to make a both sides argument when it comes to Donald Trump committing crimes? I mean, we're talking dozens of crimes. And you want to look at that and all the evidence and all the crimes and everything, and you want to go, well, Biden's a criminal too. Like that's some kind of response to a blatant criminal? You know? What are you smoking? Oh, I'm smoking partisanship. Okay, I think I'm done with you, kiddo. Thank you so much. I've had enough. Thank you. Moving on. Flip.
Both Trump and Biden shut down asylum. It's strange to see when a policy has both those names on it with a hyphen. Could you do an intervention, get every world leader's attention, and say, hey, maybe let's follow the Geneva Convention. Minimum wage is still under $10. Not really a question, it just really freaking sucks. 9 to 5, I'm in my bathtub checking my email. But how fast will the Wi-Fi be if you have to work from jail? Many experts are concerned about a TikTok ban. Cause I just got an account there. Why you gonna do that to my stands? Okay, lightning round. Let's try something really quick. Can you say the word Putin in a jazzy little lick? Please, can we get AI to scrub toilets for cure disease instead of taking jobs from people who write song parodies?
That's it. That he's just looking around. That's how he ends it. So it's official. Weird Al has entered politics now because he feels so alarmed at the current situation. Had to show you this. This doesn't really have much with the end of America, but someone's getting fucking sued. This is not CGI. This is a fireworks display on the 4th of July gone terribly wrong. As you can see, the fireworks literally blasting into the crowd like mortars. People, running for their lives and dodging fire. But a grand majority of people just standing around looking in awe at the chaos that's unfolding. Watch this. As you see, impacts right here in the crowd. I thought this was CGI. I thought this was like some joke because it kind of looks fake. But no, it's hitting. Dude, it's flying by like missiles. Look at this, dude. This cheerleader gets taken out like a Russian on the Ukrainian front lines. Look at this shit. Blat, dude, she gets drone struck. She's like, whoa, what the hell? Probably the worst outfit possible to be hit, to be under attack by a firework cheerleader outfit. So apparently injuries all over. So just one more time, you can see the footage here. And you can see him, he just boom, right in front, like blah, right there. Someone's getting the shit suit out. I'll tell you that. You got the Air Force flying over and the goddamn people thinking the plane's dropping bombs on them. Totally bananas. My God. Yeah, maybe Grail. Yeah, I don't know. Jesus, dude. Yikes. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know, man, but yeah, someone did a close-up of the cheerleader getting mortared. Thankfully, no one died. I don't think anyone died. At least I haven't heard of that. There was one person who did die on 4th of July. He apparently put a firework on top of his head, and it exploded, and he died instantly, dropped dead right then and there because he put an explosive on top of his cranium. But yeah, so no one died in this incident that I've heard reported so far. But lawyers were heard licking their chops in the parking lot. Lawyers, ambulances. Oh, yeah. All right. So obviously I don't have time to read this, but I did want to show you this. I found this to be interesting. I am going to be going through and reading this in my own time, but I wanted to give you a link to it here. This is a Goldman Sachs report. I know Goldman Sachs and all that, but I thought it was interesting because it was a very, very long analysis of the current state of AI, how it's kind of had, there's no killer app. It hasn't really fulfilled a lot of the promises that it's making. It, the promises that are being made by the AI creators, by the presidents, the Sam Altmans and all these types, has not come to fruition so far. Just a very, very in-depth look at the current market, the current situation with AI. I thought it would be interesting to show you. I don't, like I said, I don't have time to read through it. I am going to go through in my private time and try to highlight some things if I find it interesting. But I thought I'd give you the link right away so that you could take a look at that. So I put this back in my politics section so I can remind myself to read the whole thing when I have some time. Greetings from south of Boston. It's your boy, Lenny. #1 Twitch streamer. Accidents waiting to happen. You can bet your bottom dollar that Lenny has been talking about Boeing, I'm sure. I don't have anything for Boeing Watch, amazingly. I don't have any Boeing news. Anyone got any Boeing news? I want to do a Boeing watch. We got to do a Boeing watch, y'all. But how you doing, Lenny? It's good to see you. There were 60 tons of illegal fireworks seized a couple weeks ago here in California. Kind of have to wonder how much gets through. You know, look, I think the whole illegal fireworks thing, it's like, I get it. I do understand. You can't have some of these powerful explosives in the middle of the city, but they got to give people a place to light them. You know, have a fireworks thing, you know, and have the fire department ready in the Golden Gate Park in San Francisco, or, you know, let people light some fireworks. Like, there's got to be a medium here, man. People want to blow some shit up. Shit. I'm researching Boeing right now. Yeah. Goddamn travesty. Boeing stuff. It's so weird. Anyway, that was just a weird thing, but thank you for the follow. So we're going to be talking, look, this is the end of America, guys. You know, we're going to be talking about the left. We're going to be talking about the right. But look, it's like, I don't know how else to frame this, but if Trump wins, that is it. This is it, man. And like, Biden did exactly as I predicted. And he came out and said, I'm not going to use any of these new powers. I'm not going to use any of these new powers. And it's like, okay, I respect that, but are you going to do anything? Nope, I'm not going to change anything. Status quo, steady as she goes. You know, literally warning lights, red light, meow, 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 fucking, you know, blinkers, everything, meow, meow, you know, turn around, do something different. Nope, gonna ignore all that and blast on through. My legacy, my reputation in my own head is more important than anything else, says Joe Biden. But I did want to start with something positive, coming from the left, coming from the neoliberals. And, you know, Pete Buttigieg over here showing that, you know, he can't be tripped up as easy. I do think this guy should be getting in front of the camera more if he's coming equipped like this, if he's able to push back like he is. If he's going to, you know, get in front of the camera and be meek Pete, you know, be respectful Pete, then I'm not really too interested in you. But if Pete's going to continue coming with the facts, coming with the receipts, and, you know, being professional about it, you know, I'd like to see more Pete, but I mean, that's the problem, though, man. Where's the teeth? You know, get out there. You're educated. You're professional. You got the facts. You know what's going on. You just need a little oomph, baby. You know, that's all you need.
Well, the American people disagree. They do.
Well,
not.
No, the American people disagree with you because every year they buy more EVs.
No.
Why do you think they're buying more
EVs? He's talking about electric vehicles. Sorry.
No.
Why do you think they're buying more EVs every year than before?
Because it was present the numbers because every
sure 1.2 million vehicles were purchased last year, and every single
how many
quarter,
of them were government?
How's that?
How many of them were purchased by the government?
Approximately 0.5%.
It's amazing, right? Because this is how the Republicans lie. This is how a lot of people lie, quite frankly, on the left and the right. But the Republicans have internalized that they do this, you know, they do this without even thinking. But he's like, oh, EVs, what are you talking about? EVs are so unpopular. People hate EVs. Actually, EVs are incredibly popular. You know, Americans are buying them up like crazy. Oh, yeah, right. Oh, yeah, right. How many of those are bought by the government? How many of those are bought by the government? 0.01%. Oh, yeah, well, it's still bad. They still suck.
How many of them were purchased by the government?
Approximately 0.5%.
Of the number, you're saying
of the EVs, about 0.5% were purchased by the federal government.
The only reason why people are buying them is because of the subsidy.
Well, the subsidy makes them more affordable and helps people buy them. That's true.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, the only reason why people like EVs is because the government got a subsidy for them. You mean how, like, we give subsidies to the oil companies, how we give subsidies to the fucking agriculture billionaire corporations? Subsidies for the rich. Oh, we can't give subsidies for the poor. Oh, they might do things that we don't like buy EVs. I saw one of these meathead Joe Rogan adjacent podcasters. He was, you know, he had a T-shirt advertising his mechanic shop, his automotive shop, and on the sleeve it was like a little electric bolt with a circle line through it, right? Like no electric, no EVs. You fucking troglodytes. Ooh, EVs are bad. They're different. They're bad. Look, you know, nothing sounds as sexy and delicious as a 350 V8 rumbling away. You know what I mean? Rumbling and growling, waiting to be unleashed when you hit that pedal. Okay, you don't think I understand that? You don't think I'm going to miss that? You know, the feel of a fucking 350 big block at your feet, you're fucking roaring down the street, 8 cylinders pumping away. You think I don't miss that? Too fucking bad. Okay? We can't be on combustion engines our entire life. We can't be doing that. Just a fact of life. Get over it. All right, so the media's been talking about Biden quite a bit, and it's fair. This is tough because the criticism of the media ignoring Trump's apparently, you know, we're getting proof that he raped a child. Now, I'm waiting on a little bit more news to get 100% confirmation and all that. I want to get like some, you know, somebody's like really deep, in-depth analysis of the current evidence and what we know and what we can say for sure, you know, that Donald Trump is guilty of. But that's where we're at right now with Donald Trump. Raped a child, 14-year-old, 12-year-old, I'm not sure what the age is, right? Jeffrey Epstein related, of course. Do I think big oil execs use as lube when they're fucking him in the ass? No. They use, you know, like the oil, the baby oil made from seal fat, you know? So it's what I'm, let's not get off topic here. The criticism of the media focusing almost exclusively on Biden is legitimate. There's this photo going around of on social media. I meant to queue it up. I don't think I have it queued up. No, I should have had it queued up. This is my fault. Yeah, I don't have it queued up. But there's this image going around of, you know, this person pointing out, you know, we got all these things going on. Supreme Court just, you know, said, you know, the president's a king. We got, you know, Trump coming out as a legitimate, you know, we're getting evidence that he's a legitimate pedophile. We got all this, you know, all the crimes that he's committed, all these things. And the focus is almost 20, you know, and then they show the picture of the New York Times editorial, and it's like 4 stories about Joe Biden's age. Oh, Joe Biden should step down. Joe Biden should do this, and Joe Biden should do that. Assholes like little mini Hitler over here writing New York Times op-eds on July 4th about why I don't vote, and maybe you shouldn't either, from an asshole that absolutely votes. We're going to get back to him. And what and how and what we're seeing, you know, the advanced propaganda that's attacking the left, that's going after the left and trying to confuse the left. So I'm like, I kind of agree with both though, because we're not going to talk about Joe Biden. We're not, you know, we're you know, media folks like me, we're just going to ignore Joe Biden. You can't, especially after the Stephanopoulos interview. You can't. And yeah, we're covering that. We're getting to that. But look, I mean, how many hours does Morning Joe have? 6, right? I think they got that whole 6-hour block, you know, the whole Good Morning America fucking morning block, Morning Joe. So you know, talk about Biden for 3 fucking hours, 4 fucking, 5 fucking hours. All right. Go Biden bananas. Okay. But squeeze in 40 minutes of, oh, by the way, Trump, hardcore pedophile, potentially, right? We got more evidence. Absolutely a criminal. You know, a little balance, right? A little balance. He's only a convicted felon, right? And we're getting like Epstein information coming out, right? Pretty salacious stuff. Pretty hot news. Biden before or during the Dem National Event should pass the baton to someone else. I mean, look, I'm on the fence as to whether that would do anything. That's how bad the neoliberals are. But honestly, can it get any worse? You know? Look, and I don't mean to be ageist here, so I apologize to the wise members of my chat that are absolutely a benefit. Their wisdom is absolutely a benefit. Looking at you, Woke Patriot, looking at you, Lenny. But the best case scenario is this guy dropping dead. How credible is the evidence? New to me. God, I don't want to get into it yet. Type it into Google. You're gonna have to, I'm waiting. That's what I'm waiting for. That's why I'm saying alleged. But this judge unsealed a bunch of, call records and memos from the Jeffrey Epstein docs. Donald Trump all over him. Donald Trump all over him. And on top of that, we now have the girl who was raped now coming out into the media saying, I was raped by Donald Trump when I was 12 or 14. I got some receipts. I've been NDA'd. There's some legitimate reason why I didn't talk about it before, or maybe I was talking about it before and no one was paying attention. And now that this evidence has been unsealed, people can see that I'm not a liar. I'm not quite sure. Like I said, I want a real analysis of it. But it is fair to criticize the media for its 24/7 Biden bashing. But quite frankly, I'm hard pressed to say that Biden doesn't fully fucking deserve it. But then again, would replacing him with Gavin Newsom or because how do you even do Gavin Newsom without pissing off the entirety of Black America? Because here we have, right, and from their eyes, a perfectly good Black woman, right? What's wrong with Kamala, right? Besides the obvious answer about politics, right? That she's not a very good politician. But it wouldn't be seen that way. The right wouldn't spin it that way. So what are you going to do? You're just going to put a white man in front of a Black woman, So you can't do that. So you got to make Kamala a part of the equation. And it doesn't make sense to keep her as VP. It makes sense to make her president. So who gets in as VP? Just the whole thing. The whole thing. All right, but let's get to it. Those are my comments on the current media landscape right now around Biden, because it's like, I get why you need to talk about it, but it's like, there's only a fascist dictatorship, looming on the horizon, and the man who's proudly, at the very least, he's getting pushback on Project 2025. We're going to get to that. Let's get to it right now. Let's go. Quit my bloviating. Let's talk about it. So here we go. Biden learning nothing, piling ahead, debate performance abysmal, George Stephanopoulos interview abysmal. Doesn't matter. My legacy, my ego, is more important than the country. And wait till you hear the response that Biden gave to George Stephanopoulos when asked, hey, how would you feel if you lose this? Wait till you hear what his fucking response is. I got it queued up.
Can't say it was my best performance.
The fucking crowd in this audience makes me sick.
But ever since then, there's been a lot of speculation. What's Joe going to do? Is he going to stay in the race? Is he going to drop out? What's he going to do? Well, here's my answer. I am running and going to win again.
And you see, that's all that really matters to Joe right there. That immediate feedback, these sycophants that fill the room, probably not even completely. But look at the grin on his face. He's about to shed a fucking tear. This is America. America wants me. America wants me to stay here. This guy is so insulated. He is so inside a bubble. He's inside a bubble that's inside a bubble. Apparently, the only people that can even have a real honest conversation with him is his fucking wife. And maybe his kids. Man surrounded by some of the smartest human beings on planet Earth, right? People that dedicate themselves to their topic of research and study, right? Hired by the U.S. government to provide critical information. He ignores, I know better. Look, people were stoked about me at this speech I did. We filled a room with a bunch of partisans who cheer me on. This is it, man. This is it, right? It's kind of the mirror opposite, really, of the delusions we see on the right? Fake news. Oh, don't worry, it's just that's overblown. That's overblown. Oh, that's just the right. That's right-wing media. That's media looking for clicks. That's oh, don't believe it. Don't believe the hype. I'm still with it. I'm still with it. That's what it is, man. And he's going to flush it all, dude. He's going to fucking hand that shit over peacefully. He's going to peacefully hand it over. Hand over the crown. It's a crown now. It's a fucking crown. He's going to hand that crown right over to a goddamn straight up, legitimate, without hyperbole at all, fascist dictator in Donald Trump. Oh, it's not going to be that bad. It's not going to be that bad. It's not going to be that bad. You really want to take that fucking chance, huh? Oh, yeah. Drain the swamp, drain the swamp. The economy was really good. The economy was good under Trump. I want a better economy. Holy shit. Holy shit. The pain that Elon Musk would put his labor force through to squeeze every ounce of labor out of them, to give them as little as possible. If you remove the strains from Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos, they will show you new depths of exploitation that you never imagined possible in the United States. I'm talking no breaks. I'm talking 12-hour, 14-hour days. If you don't like it, you're fucking fired. I'm talking no benefits. And if you don't show up, if you drop behind, you're gone. You're gone. You got no recourse in the court of law. Oh, you're being hyperbolic. That'll never happen. That'll never happen. They only put it in a motherfucking document called Project 2025, and they can't wait to implement it and make it happen. That's all. That's all. They only put it down on paper, promise it, and then do everything in their power to make it happen. But no, I'm being hyperbolic. Yeah, hi from D-Live. What kind of horrific opinion you got for me today, D-Live?
Sitting President of the United States of America in no small part because of you. That's not a joke. In 2020, you came through for me. I'm a nominee of the Democratic Party. I'm a nominee of this party because millions of...
You weren't nominated. There wasn't a nomination fucking process for you. What are you talking about? You were anointed, dude. The Democratic Party is fine-tuned and sharpened to destroy progressive momentum. And this election, more than any, even more so than the Bernie election, shows us that there is no obstacle to the neoliberals when it comes to opposition. They've built such an ironclad duopoly that progressive voices, progressive consideration for different directions are completely nullified. There was no appointment. There was no choice. This was an anointment. You weren't nominated. By whom? By what process? Some states didn't even bother holding a primary.
Not a joke. In 2020, you came through for me. I'm a nominee of the Democratic Party. I'm a nominee of this party because millions of Democrats like you just voted for me in primaries all across America. You voted for me to be your nominee. No one else. You, the votes. The voters did that. And despite that some folks don't seem to care who you voted for, well, guess what? They're trying to push me out of the race. No! Well, let me say this as clearly as I can. I'm staying in the race.
Going to be the fucking epitaph. I mean, we are looking at footage that will be spliced into documentaries, explaining what happened. How did we get here? So, put this in your memory banks. All right?
Well, guess what? They're trying to push me out of the race. No! Well, let me say this as clearly as I can. I'm staying in the race.
And if they lose, they're going to blame Bernie supporters. They're going to blame leftists. They're going to blame people on, oh, you didn't vote hard enough. You didn't vote blue hard enough. There's no political organization that works harder to destroy progressivism than the neoliberal Democrats. Without, I'm not, I don't know everything in the world, right? But I feel very confident saying that. This is a machine that crushes leftists. They do everything in their power to prevent any kind of left opinion, any kind of contrary opinion to the Nancy Pelosi, DNC, Hakeem Jeffries now game plan, which is steady as she goes. Republicans are bad. They're basically campaigning for us. We just campaign on a we're not them. We don't have to make concrete promises. We don't have to be real leaders. Yeah, why would he leave? Indeed. So here's what this is just takes the cake. This just takes the cake. So in the Stephanopoulos interview, Biden was asked, how would you feel? How are you going to feel if you lose? Right? And remember, every fundraising email you've gotten from these jokers, right? Warning bells, warning bells. Oh, watch out. I need a alarm bell. I need a better sound effect for that. But, alarm bells. Pretend that was an alarm bell, right? Trump's going to take over America. Trump's going to destroy democracy. Oh, it's really happening. It's really happening. Trump's been turned into an emperor by a Supreme Court. Oh no, Project 2025 is real. Fearmonger, fearmonger, fearmonger. Give us more money. Give us more money. Give us more money. Okay, he's asked straight up. Well, how would you feel if you're going to lose to this legitimate fascist dictator who's promising to change America, to end the experiment, the democratic experiment that we've kept going for over 200 years? How are you going to feel if you lose that, Joe?
And if you stay in and Trump is elected and everything you're warning about comes to pass, how will you feel in January?
I feel as long as I gave it my all and I did the goodest job as I know I can do. That's what this is about.
I'll feel okay as long as I gave it my all and I did as good as the goodest I could do. That's what this is all about. One more time. One more time.
How will you feel in January?
I feel as long as I gave it my all and I did the goodest job as I know I can do. That's what this is about.
And I did the goodest job I know that I could do. Remember when right after the debate, his wife with the microphone was like, and Joe, you answered all the questions. Yay, yay, he answered all the questions. It's so clear that he is inoculated, man. He is in a fucking pressure cook. He is in a fucking, like when Peter went to go watch porno when his wife went to the goddamn grocery store and he's swiping his card and doing retinal scans. He's 6 fucking layers deep, protected from reality. Oh, if I just gave it my all. You're asking your voters, you're fear-mongering your voters, telling them about this, the most important election in America's history. And that is so true. That is so fucking true. Yeah, I know. I noticed the orange myself, but I wasn't going to say anything. You lose. And you're what? You're sitting in your fucking limo on the way back to the White House after the election going, well, I gave it my all. I did the best I could. That's all you could ask for. I gave my 100%. That's what this is all about. That's what this election's all about. It's about me trying my bestest. Just like Dora the Explorer.
I feel as long as I gave it my all and I did the goodest job as I know I can do.
The goodest job.
That's what this is about.
My God.
Look, George, think of it this way. You've heard me say this before. I think the United States and the world is at an inflection point where the things that happen in the next several years are going to determine what the next 6, 7 decades look like. And who's going to be able to hold NATO together like me? who's going to be able to be in a position where
literally anybody, a stone statue shaped like a fucking, I don't know, like George Washington, the bust of George Washington could do the same amount of work that you've done with NATO. What?
hold NATO together like me?
Hold NATO together.
Who's going to be able to be in a position where I'm able to keep the Pacific Basin in a position where...
Okay, and look, and you know, and I gotta say this. What, you know, if you're a regular corn popping motherfucking American, right, working 9 to 5, and you got your kids and you got a million fucking problems, what the fuck do you care about NATO? What the fuck do you care about Pacific? Whatever the fuck he's talking about. You know what I mean? That's what this is all about. Oh, NATO and all these other things. No. What about gas? What about the price of eggs? You know? What about my job giving me nothing and telling me I need to like it? I can't afford a house. I can't afford a car. I can't afford the American dream. Oh, well, I'm holding NATO together.
Position where I'm able to keep the Pacific Basin in a position where we're at least checkmating.
I gave that character a chance during the last stream. He's coming in here now comparing Ukrainians to Nazis. Bye-bye. See you later, asshole.
In China now. Who's gonna do that? Who has that reach? Who knows all these? We're gonna have, I guess, a good way to judge me is you're gonna have now the NATO conference here in the United States next week. Come listen. See what they say.
Yeah. There you go. Fuck you. I mean, just fuck you, you know? I mean, look, and it's like, I get it, like this is a tough decision. Sitting president, running for president, the nomination process is almost complete, you know? Then we switch it out. It's a very tough decision. I'm on the fence as to whether it would be effective. Like I said, like, you know, replace it with Pete, replace it with Gavin. What about Kamala? What about the money? What about the nomination process? What about the fact that some of these people won't be on the ballot? Right? Because that process is already over with, and Republicans are challenging it as hard as possible to prevent any kind of changes. You know, oh, you can't do that. You can't do that. We want an election where we're going up against nobody. That's what we want. You can't put a different person's name on there. That's not fair. It says the pro law and order, pro Democrat, you know, pro democracy right-wing party, right? So I get it. It's sloppy. I don't even know if it's a good idea, but I guess, look, if that's the decision you've made, if you think you've crunched the numbers and you're like, no, it's more trouble than it's worth, it's too late, it's the point of no return has already been passed, then this is the direction you got to go in, which is, you know, yep, I'm going for it. I'm confident. I know people are feeling trepidatious, but trust me, I got the right idea. That is the direction you want to go in. But you know, this guy did prep. You know, he did prep for this interview, right? With you know, he had his professionals sit around him, and they prepped him for this question. They said, okay, you know, George Stephanopoulos is going to ask you, you know, how are you going to feel if you lose with Trump? Okay, what's your response going to be? Oh, shucks, I gave it my all. Oh, that's a good answer, sir. Oh, that's a really good answer. Yeah. Oh, the only thing that really matters is that I gave 100%. Oh, yeah, no, the American people are really going to like that response. Yeah. After you've scaremongered them into giving you money, you know, claiming that Trump is the end of democracy, which he absolutely is, by the way. Wow, Bronco, do you believe that, huh? That's wildly inaccurate, totally false. The money going to Ukraine is barely the equivalent of a fucking tax write-off for the military-industrial complex. But you want to sit here and say the reason why we don't have universal health care in America is because of the money and the resources we've sent to Ukraine. That's what you want to say. You want to did you tattoo dumbass on your forehead, or do you just, like, every day you take your morning shit, smear it over your face, and you're like, okay, people will get it. People will know I'm a complete fucking moron once they see the feces on my face. That's what I read somewhere, huh? Hey, Bronco, stop embarrassing yourself. Do a little bit more of this and a whole lot less of this, my friend. That's some of the stupidest shit I've seen in the chat all week. That America doesn't have universal health care because of the money we've spent in Ukraine. Just stop embarrassing yourself. I implore you. Wow. Moving on. Channel 4 reporting, I wanted to show some UK news. Biden says the Lord Almighty can tell him to drop out of the presidential race. So only God can judge him, Joe Biden. Only God can judge me now. That's what Joe Biden says. I love the thumbnail, by the way.
His first television interview since the debate.
It's said that the 81-year-old president has good days and bad days. After the worst of days, that debate, this interview was a time when Joe Biden needed to be at his best, as he was asked what went so wrong last week.
James, you might have clown makeup in your eyes, but my name is Abandon Nihilism, which would imply negative feelings towards nihilism. Maybe you should wipe the fucking white makeup out of your eyeballs and do a little bit more reading there, James.
Was this a bad episode or the sign of a more serious condition?
It's a bad episode. No indication of any serious condition. I was exhausted.
I do
didn't
normally
listen
do
to my
gooder.
instincts in terms of preparing and a bad night.
This unedited 22-minute sit-down was an attempt to mop up the mess of the 90-minute sparring with Donald Trump that raised so many concerns about Biden's age.
I do gooder. If we finally beat Medicare,
and whether he was still fit for office now, as well as for another 4 years.
We watched it live.
Would you be willing to undergo an independent medical evaluation that included neurological and cognitive tests and release the results to the American people?
Look,
no. How about no? No. Meanwhile, I mean, like, it's like the neoliberals, man. They don't even, Trump over here, he just fakes it. He finds a doctor to give him a stupid fucking test that cognitive. I took a cognitive test. Oh. Just lie to us, Joe. He's like, no, I don't want any scrutiny on my intelligence. No.
And cognitive tests and release the results to the American people?
Look, I have a cognitive test every single day. Every day I have that test.
You can't say cognitive. I have a cognitive test every day. I'm cognitive all day. You can't even say the word, man. Look, I'm really, honestly, I swear to God, I am not trying to age shame. Okay, there are people this age who, it's not a lack of intelligence. It's not, you know what I mean? This is what getting old looks like. It sucks, man. There's nothing we can do about it. There's no Ozempic for age yet. They're working on it. Right, Peter Thiel over here working on it as hard as he can. And if this was any other position, dude, if this was my mailman, if this was my gardener, if this was my, you know what I mean? If this was the, maybe not my pilot. I don't know about my pilot, but you know what I mean? If this guy was you know what I mean? Almost any other position, this would not be a problem. And it's like, God bless you, do whatever you can. But we're talking about the motherfucking president, dude. And like this, the pressures. This isn't a boring election year. This isn't, we can kind of just fuck off about this. It's only the most critical democratic test in America's history, dude. I'm talking Civil War. I'm talking World Wars. Never has America faced these kind of radical changes. Maybe the Civil War. Maybe. It's as real as it fucking gets, man. I swear to you. I swear to God. You will remember this. If you're lucky to live into Joe Biden's age, you will remember this time. It's like, yeah, no, that was actually, when I look back at it, that was actually a critical moment in history where we really made a decision going one direction or another. And look, we're talking about the country. We're talking about a society. We're talking about a culture. It's not a 350Z can turn on a dime. Okay, it's a lumbering, monstrous machine that once it's gaining momentum in one direction, It is incredibly difficult to reverse. And the only thing that reverses it is political activism. That means getting in the gears of this massive machine and sacrificing yourself, gumming it up, slowing it down until finally, maybe we can change its direction. My God, the amount of work that it will take to repair the current amount of damage. And that would triple and quadruple if Trump gets into office. The damage that would be done, maybe irreversible.
Cognitive test and release the results to the American people?
Look, I have a cognitive test every single day.
Can't even say the word.
Every day I have that test. Everything I do. You know, not only am I campaigning, but I'm running the world. And that's not how it sounds like hyperbole. But we are the essential nation in the world.
But it's that point that so worries Democrats. That
I know it's hyperbole, but I love saying hyperbole. Leave me alone.
Stakes are so high because of who could next be in charge.
It's like to say hyper.
Donald Trump, a convicted felon who's been emboldened by the Supreme Court decision that a president's official acts are immune from prosecution. It is Biden himself who has warned of the threat of an imperial Trump second term.
Around the world.
But amidst concern that he's now down in the polls against Trump, Biden remains resolute.
Do you really believe you're not behind right now?
I think it's all pollsters I talk to tell me it's a toss-up. It's a toss-up.
If you can be convinced...
And he doesn't have a problem with that. That's okay. That's okay. It's a toss-up between fascism and me. So what are you talking about? What are we talking about? What's the big deal? I mean, he's not wrong. Basically, there's, every week there's one poll showing Trump ahead, and then the next week showing Biden ahead. And then the fact that most of these polls are still like done in the way they were done in the 1980s, apparently, landlines and shit. Not a lot of these are reaching out to Zoomers and millennials as much as they should. Millennials don't even answer our phone, unless it's from mom. Oh, that's any other phone number besides my mother's not answering. But you don't have a problem with that? You don't think that's a bit scary? No, that's okay. That's democracy. That's okay. Yeah, me versus a carnival barker. 50% say, they're not sure.
Really believe you're not behind right now?
I think it's all pollsters I talk to tell me it's a toss-up. It's a toss-up.
If you can be convinced that you cannot defeat Donald Trump, will you stand down?
So, I mean, that's a really good question, right? Like, if you can be convinced, if some piece of data could be presented to you that would show that this would not happen, would you make the sensible decision then? He laughs. No one, there's no amount of evidence that could be presented to me that would convince me that I'm wrong. He laughs. Right? So, I mean, even with that hypothetical scenario, right? Like, well, I mean, what if someone presented some information that changed your mind? Would you then make the right decision? Oh, yeah, sure. I mean, yeah, I guess if I was seeing something that was like, oh, this is really, really bad, ignoring the fact that there's lots of information that things aren't looking that great, right? That information has probably been presented, but he laughs, chuckles. Fake news.
I think it's all pollsters I talk to tell me it's a toss-up. It's a toss-up.
If you can be convinced that you cannot defeat Donald Trump, will you stand down?
It depends if the Lord Almighty comes down and tells me that, I might do that.
If God doesn't stop off in the Oval Office, could more gaps...
What's ironic is that he's actually not wrong. Because like I said before, and I'm not trying to be ageist, I'm sorry if I offend anybody, but no, him dying is the only thing that will change anything. So it's truly an act of God is the only thing that could change this direction. I thought he was going to keel over after the goddamn debate. I thought he was going to crawl backstage and die in his limo on the way home.
I might do that.
So that's all I can do with this Joe Biden. And I just, like I said, I don't even know if I agree with this whole concept of replacing him. That would be somehow better. Unless we're talking about AOC, And look, I got a lot of problems with AOC, but that would shake things up, right? AOC, maybe it's vice president. Kamala is president with AOC as vice president, right? But no, the Democratic Party, I swear to God, The Democratic Party would rather lose to a fascist who is going to irrevocably change America than flirt with putting AOC into any kind of position of real power. That's how bad the situation is. If the DNC could, at this very moment, flip a switch and make AOC quit, they would do it. And replace her with a Joe Manchin type, they would do it. Even now, with all the positive press and all the work that AOC does to help prop up this party, if they had an opportunity to stab her in the back and replace her with a Kristen Sinema, they would do it without hesitation. That's where we're at with this neoliberal Democratic Party. Yeah, you know, Woke Patriot, I'm kind of sick of your negativity. The same kind of cynicism I saw in the chat. Who's your pick, Slick? Because you're shitting on everything. So what's your pick? Stick your neck out a little bit for us, won't you, Woke Patriot? Joe Biden submits to unscripted TV interview. Key takeaways. We don't need to see this. We've had enough. Moving on. So, Fetterman 2024. Wow. I mean, Fetterman really is really is something. Wow. It really caught me off guard, the 180 that he took. And he's still strutting around in his sweatpants and fucking, in his fucking dirty ass clothes like he's one of us, like he's still a lefty progressive coming up from the grassroots. Put on a fucking suit, you sellout. Talking to you, Fetterman. Put on the fucking suit, you fucking sellout. You're not one of us. You sold us out the moment you got in there, you son of a bitch. And now you're on TV talking about how, oh yeah, my brain problem turned me into a conservative. That's so funny. No, the fuck it isn't. Yeah, bye. Get the fuck out of here. I'm so glad I didn't have to do it myself. Sully these beautiful hands by smacking you in the face with it. So I asked for a response from Woke Patriot. He was nice enough to give it to me. Let me read it here. This is what makes the replacement problematic. As much as I don't like Biden, Sally is the strongest candidate right now. None of the proposed replacements seem to be up to the job either. Yeah, I'm kind of on the fence on that one, right? Because, yeah, I mean, the numbers don't really, I would like, personally, I would like AOC. It would shake things up, but I don't know how the general electorate would respond to her. Same thing with Gavin. Same thing with Buttigieg. Up here in Vancouver, I love your passion to deconserve the USA. I really hope the people get out and vote in Biden to learn about people Trump. Yes, I can't feel anything. Thank you for your kind words. Just to clarify, I live in Canada, in Vancouver. I am an American citizen who's currently a permanent resident. I'm applying for citizenship of this great country here in Canada. I'm still a citizen of the United States, born and bred American boy. And I'm absolutely disgusted. And I love democracy. I love democracy more than I love myself. And I'm disgusted at what I see. I'm just happy the conservatives are in the UK are finished. It's a silver lining, borderline, absolutely. My brain problem turned me into evil. Yeah, I know. Isn't that great? Win? Our distant family scattered around the USA as well as over Canada. We're all worried for the USA. Indeed. Gavin would be worse than Biden, you think? Who knows? There's a candidate who's clearly popular on national level who would have the telegenics, it would be much more obvious. Look, I mean, that's why I go with AOC. Because I know the fear factory would kick in around AOC, but I honestly feel like she has the charisma, she has the moxie, she's more politically savvy than a Nina Turner. But it's all fantasy, right? Like I said, the Democratic Party would literally commit seppuku before putting AOC in any kind of position like that. Yeah, I can't feel anything indeed. Does it matter who the Dems candidate? If you're not voting against Project 25, you're complicit in borderline evil. I don't necessarily fully agree with that statement. I did say earlier, though, that right-wingers are pieces of shit because they are, shamelessly supporting a fascist dictatorship. So I can't exactly, disagree with you completely. Borderline evil. I try to stay away from the evil stuff, those evil terms. Too nebulous, too easy to manipulate. You know, what is and isn't evil? You know, that kind of shit. Yeah, it's really, you know, it's really refreshing to see Project 2025 getting out in the media and people are realizing what it is, and I definitely have something queued up for it. So wanted to talk about this because propaganda. Yeah, they're going to ban porn. Yeah, they're going to ban a whole lot more than porn. But yeah, JD Vance can't wait to tell you how to jack off. But no, so I wanted to show this here and talk about briefly advanced propaganda techniques that we're seeing, these modern propaganda techniques, because it's not enough to just say, you know, oh, the other side is scary. Oh, the other side is, you know, you can't be trusted. It's not enough to do that anymore. People are, you know, you can be more effective at convincing people one direction or the other if you're more clever with how you deliver your propaganda. So what we're seeing right now is an effort by the right wing and, I don't know, libertarians and so-called centrists to discourage participation in this year's election by making the false claim that both sides are exactly the same. And this mini Hitler cosplayer over here did a New York Times op-ed, quote, "Why I don't vote and maybe you shouldn't either." Even though this fella named Matthew Walther did vote in 2020 and in 2022, so national elections and the midterms, right? Really fucking political. He's an extremist Catholic graduate of Hillsdale College, part of the religious right faction behind January 6th. This is an advance, and I saw it immediately. We saw it immediately. Last time I streamed, we had 2 or 3 people in the chat. Oh, it's both sides. I mean, I mainly agree with all the right-wing talking points. I mainly agree with all the right-wing stuff, but it's both sides. It's really hard to defend Donald Trump and his constant criminality. And now there's news that he's a pedophile. I mean, I tried to defend the diaper stuff, but I can't defend the Jeffrey Epstein stuff. It's both sides. It would be really great if the left would just embrace apathy and stop participating. So, you know, basically the right wing could win, but I don't really I have a hard time defending the right wing. It's both sides. It is a technique created by bad actors who are trying to encourage political apathy, because political apathy benefits one party, and that party is the right. It is an advanced form of propaganda. I'm a centrist. I don't really, they always present themselves this way. I'm not really political. I don't really get involved. I don't have too many opinions. I just ironically agree with everything the right-wingers do. I totally agree with all the right-wing talking points. But when it comes down to political decisions, I just say both sides. It would be best if you just disengage like I do. I got my life back when I stopped engaging in politics and I stopped being a political person, says creatures like this. Political, craven creatures like this. And, you know, maybe the dupes that you talk to on a day-to-day, they're not craven and clever like this guy is. But that's where this narrative comes from these crypto fascists who are playing this, you know, interesting propaganda game on social media, this gaslighting campaign. I just wanted to talk about it briefly. It's an advanced form of propaganda. It's very dangerous and it's very seductive, because it's like, oh, it's an off-ramp, right? Oh my God, I don't know. You know, because like if you're a normie, you're like, I don't know every fact. I don't know what's real and what isn't. Some people say Trump didn't commit these crimes and that Biden is going after him politically. I don't know. I haven't read all the articles. I haven't been following this by, you know, every second of I don't know. Maybe that's true. Maybe it isn't true. Maybe that's it's all bad. Both sides. I'm done. I'm disengaged with it. Right? It's an off-ramp. Right? You just I don't have to engage this anymore. This guy is aware of that dynamic. This guy is aware of that. Gaslight, it's, okay, I'm not going to be able to convince you that, I'm not going to be able to convince you, the centrist woman, that, I have a right to your womb and that you don't have a right to abortion. Okay, I'm never going to be able to convince you, but maybe I can convince you to become so cynical in the process that you completely check out. That's a win for me, too. That's a win for the right as well. I don't have to make you like it. I just have to make you so disgusted, so overwhelmed, so unsure, so gaslit that I don't even participate. It's an advanced form of propaganda, and we need to be very, because it's in full force on social media. You can't make a social media comment or post on Twitter right now without 6 of these fucking little mini Hitlers coming in and giving you and dedicating the entire day's worth of energy into convincing you to not participate, to give up like they have, even though they haven't. Even though they basically agree with the right wing. Oh, but I don't really participate. Lies. Like I said, it's an off-ramp. Oh, good, I don't have to know anything. Both sides. It's attractive to the normies. And these little fuckers know it too. So that's all I wanted to talk about there with that one. We have to hang in and go forward. I mean, we have to be aware of the propagandists, the bad actors. Those that are trying to control the narrative and drive the narrative. It's powerful. It's important that we acknowledge these, because there's a lot of people that are still kind of naive that are like, oh, well, I mean, it's not like there's people who are dedicated to sowing, chaos and gaslighting people to the point where they don't know what's real and what isn't real. I mean, come on, people aren't really doing that. No, actually, yes, they are. It's like their job. They're really proud of it. They get fame and fortune because they're doing it so well. Like, no, it's a real thing. Look, stop naively thinking that people are good at their core and they honestly just want everyone to get along with each other. No, there really are. I mean, I like I said, I hate to use the term evil, but there are really, really, people who are dedicated to chaos, who are accelerationists in a way, that want to see chaos happen for one reason or another, whatever their, justification is. So I want to talk about this very briefly because I've talked about this before, but now here we have free speech absolutist and Christian nationalist Andrew Torb, one of the people who started Gab.com, the right-wing conservative social media website. And I believe it was Gab.com that initially started off with a completely you can post whatever you want stat, and immediately had to roll that back because of the incredible amount of, yeah, you guessed it, child pornography. But also there was a strange trend across Gab, and I've talked about this before, but there was a strange trend across Gab where the right-wingers who disagreed with whatever post, they would take a photo of their feces, because they're sitting on the toilet, right? So they take, so they disagree with something. I disagree, liberal. I disagree with this. They would take a photo of their feces as part of their comment. So comment sections just filled with pictures of right-wingers blowing up their toilet. Gab.com had to then roll back. I believe it was Gab. Maybe it was one of the other ones. I think it was Gab, though. But then they had to, not be free speech absolutists, which is a completely ridiculous term that doesn't really exist. Nobody's a free speech absolutist because of reasons like this. We don't live in a utopia, okay? Anarchists, all right? We don't live in a situation where we can't have hierarchies and we can just trust our fellow man to want the best for themselves, but also want the best for their neighbors. We need rules. So anyway, this asshole over here, I'll just read his comment and then I'll finish my comments. So he's saying, X under Musk is 1,000 times worse than Gab ever was content-wise. Not totally true. Gab was, like I said, CP and feces pictures, which even Twitter, even right now, is not there. But it's very close because he lists off some of the reasons. You've probably seen it yourself. I know I have. My wife just told me. My wife, who on Twitter follows people who cook and like cute animals exclusively. Well, maybe she likes mine videos a couple times, right? So maybe that I might be the reason why this happened. But she got a video of somebody getting fisted She was like, I was scrolling through and I saw someone getting elbow deep fisted. You let your wife on the internet? It's risky, but I let her do it. But she was like, I have no idea how this content got on my screen. I have never once liked a picture of, like, you know, sexy chicks or porn or anything. And here it is just full blown, you know, she just couldn't believe it. She had never seen, she's been using Twitter for years and she had never seen anything like that. And look, I know I'm extreme. I know my shit is like underground, right? But I didn't know I was that underground. I didn't know I was plugged into the hardcore pornography algorithm, which I don't think I am. I think this is just what the algorithm is turned to on Twitter. So anyway, he lists off brutally violent videos, gore, rampant pornography everywhere, Fed posting, doxing, and much worse, floods the feed. It's really something how Gab was banned from both app stores, banks, credit card processors, cloud hosting providers, email services, and more for more racist posts. No, sir. They did that because of the child pornography. But X gets away with all of the above unharmed. Very interesting. Now, I do think X does deserve renewed scrutiny by advertisers, by people, because of this current state of what it is. But this guy over here pretending that Gab wasn't a hive of villainy immediately, and that's what scared away advertisers. It was just the racism. Oh, yeah, just the racism. I mean, the racism was bad enough, dude, but it went way beyond racism. We're talking about proud Nazis, like, you know, planning their Nazi marches on your social media website. I'm sorry, but Clorox bleach doesn't want anything to do with that. I guess, you know, technically it should, though, if you think about it. But anyway, Gab has gotten a lot more wholesome since Elon took over X because of the absolute worst coal posters left and went over there. Is that some kind of term? Coal posters? I don't know what the fuck that means. I assume negative, coal in your stocking. Is that what he's talking about? He's one of the, you know, negative sad sacks, you know, sad Sallies. Is that what he's talking? I don't know. I don't know what a coal poster is. For which I'm immensely thankful to Elon for. It's made our job with moderation and community management much easier, and the platform is much more welcoming to normal people when they join. Look, the reason why moderation has become easier on your shitty platform is because no one's fucking using it, Slick. Okay? And you're over here posting on Twitter, looks like. You're over here posting on Twitter, oh, gee, everyone's leaving my website for a different website. Not exactly the slam dunk you think this is, you Christian nationalist. But here's the best part. This kid created a brand new X account, followed no one, engaged with nothing, and was fed the most horrific content possible by the algo. Very interesting vid. He whines about hate speech at the end, but otherwise he did a good job documenting the experience. So this fucking hypocrite over here, talking about a video. So this person posted this video showing that, hey, I created a brand new account. I didn't like anything. And 15 seconds later, I'm getting, you know, gore and pornography and all kinds of right-wing stuff on the feed. You know, just the feed just giving me a brand new experience. This is what it's like. So he did a video about it. This Gab guy is like, oh yeah, hate speech. Oh yeah, no, stochastic terrorism and hate speech exists, right? Because what Christian nationalists like this guy want is that they want to reclassify the definition of what hate speech is and turn hate speech into disagreeing with Christian religion, disagreeing with Christian ideology. It's hate speech, right? They talk about how we need to tolerate the intolerant. Right, about how we're the Nazis and we're the anti-free speech people because we just refuse to tolerate their intolerance. You should let us be ignorant. You should let us hate for no reason, and you should let us vote for politicians that make laws that represent those ideologies in government. You need to tolerate our intolerance, is what they say. That's their version of free speech, right? So I found that to be kind of cute. Yeah, I mean, I've gotten lots of porn on my shit. I got these weird porn OnlyFans robot accounts that are always liking me. They're always following me, and then like they follow me, and then they immediately message me back. They send me a message. Hey, check out my OnlyFans link. It's really hot. So I click it because I have no choice. I don't know how to get out of the window. I don't know how. I can't. There's no other way to get out of this, you know, situation. I have no choice but to click their OnlyFans link and look at their free content. I'm stuck. I'm stuck in a rock and a hard place. I have no fucking choice to do that, right? And it sucks. But my wife is going through this too, and she's not, she's not as flexible as I am. She doesn't understand. Sometimes you just gotta watch like an hour's worth of, 19-year-old getting banged. It's what's gotta. I got no choice. What can I do? What can I do? Only $2. $1.99. I've spent more on coffee. That was a deal. I'm only a fan. That's it. No, you know what's funny? I've legitimately never in my entire life. I'm almost 40. In my entire life, I have never paid 1 red cent for pornography. Never. Like some kind of achievement. Never bought a porno mag. Never bought a porno video. Why? I could look up Teletubbies and 6 clicks in be watching hardcore pornography. Teletubbies theme. It's not like I know that. It's not like I know exactly what website to go to see that. No. Come on, guys. Shut up. I'm just saying. I don't think porn should be free. I think it's perfectly fine for people to charge for porn and all that. Whatever. It's like, what I would prefer is, the thing that bothers me about porno is the exploitation of people that, are doing it because they feel like they don't have any other skills. They feel like they don't have any other choice. Society has abandoned them. They're usually, from abusive homes. I don't like a system that looks for girls that are in that situation and then says, debase yourself and we'll help you out of that terrible situation. I would prefer for the women that are in pornography to be doing it to be feel like, yeah, because I'm sexually adventurous and this is what I'm into. I really don't like the idea of porn stars getting the grand majority of porn stars that we've seen are not there because they like getting choked with dick. Okay, I know they got a big smile on their face, but that's why they call them actresses. Okay. So I would prefer a system that was less exploitative. It's like, I don't agree with banning pornography, but I don't agree that pornography is the greatest thing in the world and that there's nothing wrong with it. It's an extremely exploitative system for young women. And it's a system that takes advantage of vulnerable young women who, we might have nurses, we might be doctors, don't laugh. You don't know what direction people would go in if they're given the right opportunity. Am I confident for the UK Labour Party? Right now, I'm confident that they are going to attempt to follow their manifesto. Yeah, at the moment, yeah. Welcome back, Ribbons. Good to see you. All right, so moving over to, so we've talked about the left, we've talked about Biden. Let's move on over to the right. Let's talk about the fascists in the room. The stochastic terrorism, the rhetoric is getting notched up higher and higher and higher. I hate backing tracks that have lyrics. I always hear the lyrics. But like I said, rhetoric notching up. Like I said, we have like I said before, the Heritage Fund over here saying, if as long as the left doesn't get in our way during our Second American Revolution, it'll be bloodless. Which is basically him promising, yeah, if you resist this fascist dictatorship, if you get in the streets, if you engage in political activism, we will ensure that it becomes violent, which is exactly what I'm talking about. The left, when we're engaging in activism, it always has to be from the angle of nonviolence. We don't want violence. We're out here to prevent violence. But the left and those that are organizing and those that are out in the streets need to understand that violence will be brought upon you. And that means you need to bring the milk for the tear gas. You need to bring, wear appropriate clothing. You gotta be out there and be ready for the batons and the tear gas and the water and then it's going to escalate from there. If it doesn't work, the bullets are going to start flying. It's going to take a lot to get to there, though. But what we are seeing already from the right in their rhetoric is flirtation with overt calls to action. Flirtation with just, yep, grab your gun and kill your liberal neighbor kind of rhetoric. We are getting ever so close to just overt, direct calls to violence. Here's an example. This is a Republican politician, okay? This isn't some Yahoo watching Alex Jones. This is a man who thousands of people are voting for, and they applaud vociferously at the rhetoric that he's spewing. Listen to this.
You know, it was a time when we used to meet evil on the battlefield, and guess what we did to it? We killed it. We didn't quibble about it. We didn't argue about it. We didn't fight about it. We killed it. When the Japanese bombed Pearl Harbor, what did we do? We flew to Japan. And we killed the Japanese Army and Navy. We didn't even quibble about it. I didn't start this fight. You did.
We quibbled about it.
You wanted to be left alone. You should have left me alone. We didn't argue and capitulate and talk about, well, maybe we shouldn't fight the Nazis that hard. No, they're bad. Kill them.
So there it is. Bad, kill. They're bad, kill. 1 + 1 = 2. Hammers looking for nails. We're done quibbling. We're done debating. I don't care how many facts you got, liberal. You're getting out of my way or you're getting in the ground. It's a simplification of everything that they're leading to, because they're like, no, we're done talking. We don't, yeah, sure. Yeah, I'll admit, we're totally wrong. We're basing our conclusions off of things that aren't real. Doesn't matter. We're winning. We're in charge. We have the power. Okay? You're quibbling. Oh, humanity. Oh, human rights. Oh. Shut it. Shut it. Welcome to your new theocratic future. Nick Fuentes over here, just fully erect at this, what they view as an eventuality.
Some liberal somewhere is going to say that sounds awful. Too bad.
Olive branch. I'm not offering an olive branch to anybody who is offering their support, even tepidly, for any of this. There's literally one conservative I can count who comes into this stream. His name is Davey, who is intellectually honest. So in my entire life so far, I've run into one conservative who is willing to acknowledge objective reality when presented in front of him. It's not a good sign. Like I said before, I'm not here to convert conservatives. I'm here to get shit on my boots after kicking their ass so fucking hard it gets stuck. Because it's war, dude. This is a fight. This is no longer the debate is over. When this guy gets into power and people like him get into power, it's no longer a discussion. It's action or be ruled or be dominated.
Get mad at me if you want to. Some folks need killing.
Some folks
time for somebody to say it.
He's not talking about Nazis. He's not talking about a country declaring war with another country and soldiers fighting it out of the battlefield. He's talking about right-wing extremists using violence against their political enemies. Some folks need killing. He's talking about lefties, liberals, progressives, homosexuals, you name it. Bad. This language is very important in the early stages of fascism, right? Because we got to have our justifications here. Look, I mean, this nice lady in the blue dress here, she doesn't want to kill anybody. She ain't gonna pull the trigger, and if her husband goes out on death squad, runs through the neighborhood, she's not gonna be too happy. She needs to be placated. She needs to know that this is righteous, that this is justified, that if we don't do this, they're going to come for us, that this is a existential battle of incompatible cultures. And if she is given those justifications, if she is given that rhetoric, and there's been enough time to massage that message into this nice lady in the blue dress. She's probably a great mother and a great cook and probably a beautiful person, right? But she needs that framework so that this monster can do the killing without people getting in his way, without people on his own side getting in his way. That's the importance of this stochastic terrorism, this framework that's being built.
It's not a matter of vengeance. It's not a matter of being mean or spiteful. It's a matter of necessity. We have wicked people doing wicked things, torturing and murdering and raping. It's time to call out those guys in green and go have them handled. Or those boys in blue and have them go handle it.
The military, the cops, it's time to have them go handle it. Death squads.
We need to start handling our business again because, guys,
handling
what I said at the beginning about you getting in your cars, listening to your radio, putting on what you want to put on, and saying what you want to put on, keep thinking about it. Don't you feel it slipping away?
Of course it isn't. These people are allowed to say whatever horrible things they're, this man, he's on stage, he's in front of a microphone saying treasonous stochastic terrorism. Got to go home, sleep like a baby. So it's a lie. It's always been a lie. And the characters like this, he might be a true believer. He might actually believe some of this stuff. It's never a good use of time to really think about, okay, does this guy really believe it or not? Because if you give him power, he's going to be doing something similar to it. All that matters is the actions.
Don't you feel it slipping away? The further away we get from the concept of 1776 and why we declared our independence and how we declared our independence, the further we start sliding into making 1776 a distant memory.
So, completely redefining the definition of 1776, because, wasn't 1776 when America broke free from the empire? 1776 wasn't King George Day. Hey, we're part of the British Empire. Woo! 1776, man, this is great. We just wanted to double down and say, King George, you're the shit. We love monarchies. We love empire. That was 1776, right? Everything needs to be recontextualized. And as long as these folks have a multi-billion-dollar alternate media apparatus feeding them in social media and in constant, 24/7 news cycles, the narratives that this guy, the narratives that they're hearing agree with this guy, but they're not as extreme in the language. But they agree. That's why these people are nodding their head, because they've heard similar things from more moderate people. So they're like, well, maybe he's a little extreme in his language, but he's telling the truth. I've heard lots of other more moderate people like Greg Gutfeld say similar things. To them, it's common sense. Some people need killing. And it will absolutely lead to death. It will absolutely lead to pain. I don't know what it will create. When you look at, they talk a big game. They talk a lot, right? They talk loud. But are they really going to show up strapped up, taking fire, killing folks, death squads? Really? I know some of them will be down. But that's so hardcore and extreme. It's like, I don't know, man. I don't know. Do they really believe it? Hard to tell. But I guess, any trepidation in I don't know if this is the right thing. But when the government, when the system that you're under is supporting that, kind of makes it easy, right? Well, it must be the right thing. Oh. The laws have changed. This is legal. I can do this to people, I've been deputized by the government to go after their political enemies. It's not wrong, right? It feels wrong when I'm kicking a liberal's door down and pulling his family out and putting them in a truck. Use whatever fantasy you want to use. It feels wrong. Oh, but the government says it's okay, and the government's paying me to do this, or the gloves really are off when the institution, when the government itself is supporting the treasonous activity and the insurrection, right? The January 6th protesters would have never been able to have breached the Capitol if it wasn't for the acquiescence of Donald Trump and all of the work that he did to weaken the Capitol Police, but also not call the National Guard. He supported it. So it's different. These mediocre, less motivated Meal Team 6 military cosplayers Even though, you know, under the current system, they're not really going to go anywhere. They're not that dedicated. They're not that motivated. If the Donald Trump administration, you know, coddles them and like I said, deputizes them, gives them legitimacy in the government and in the law to act this way, we'll see a lot more people come out of the closet and yeah, okay, I guess I'll brutalize my political enemy. Yeah. Thank you for the follow, Rock's Fist. So, like I said, we've been talking about Project 2025. It's really great to see Project 2025 talked about. This channel has been talking about Project 2025 for, I think, 6 months now, ever since it was, you know, first really was introduced. And then, you know, political junkies like me were like, wow, this is a manifesto for fascism. This is pretty wild. But of course, with the most recent statements from the Heritage Fund president saying, you know, as long as we don't receive any resistance, this will be a bloodless American revolution. So I thought I would just give you, you know, finally we got some, you know, some people out here cataloging, going over some of the details here, because it's like a 900-page manifesto that has all kinds of different things in there. It's a lot of gobbledygook, so there's a lot of, you know, information you need to parse. So here's some facts about Project 2025. Oh, also real quick, Trump did put out a statement. He put out a tweet. I think I have it. Yeah. Maybe we'll do this one first real quick. Trump put out a tweet saying, I know nothing about Project 2025. Nothing. I have no idea who's behind it. I disagree with some of the things. Right. So I'm going to go ahead and take back my thank you for that follow. I'm not going to engage a debate with a person who says the Green New Deal was horrible, but Project 2025 not so bad. So this, before I ban you, it's good that you brought this up, because this is the current right-wing strategy around Project 2025. You're exaggerating, right? This is overblown. This is not that big a deal. Oh, the Green New Deal. It was clear sarcasm. How the fuck am I supposed to know? Do you know how many bad actors I get in my chat who say shit just like that and 100% believe it? What, is this your first day on the internet? How the fuck am I supposed to know? Do you know how many unironic, proud grifters get in my chat and say shit just like that and mean it? Give me a little. See, you see how Vizon gave me a little icon. He gave me a little something. If you don't want me to assume that you're a right-wing idiot, give me a /S, dog. Because I will, you know, like I said, they get in the chat. They're proud idiots. Back to the subject. Sorry, I don't mean to be mean. You just followed. I take it back. Thank you for the follow. I'm very mad. I'm very angry at this whole situation. If you're not angry, I don't know what will do it. You know? We're only talking about your inalienable human rights, liberty, democracy, and the potential for future equity and equality. You know, you want to talk about owning a house, you want to talk about having a fulfilling job, you want to talk about having a family or the things that you love. That shit's out the fucking window. We're now talking about your own right to your own body. We're talking about habeas corpus. We're talking about your right to disagree with your jailer. You know, and the Magna Carta. That's what I meant, not habeas. I think habeas corpus is that. I don't know. But Magna Carta is what I was saying specifically. But you know what I mean? We're talking about going back to the fucking 1700s, 1600s, when you were a vassal, when you were a serf. Yeah. No, I agree with Dr. Strange. If you can't hack it, get the fuck out, bitch. Being in my chat is a privilege, not a right. Being in my chat is a privilege and not a right. If you're coming in with a bunch of lies and grifting bullshit, you got a big smirk on your face while you're repeating some shit you heard on Hannity the last night, you're gone. I want sources. I want facts. I want real fucking debate. Okay, you want to be a conservative? You better represent yourself like William fucking Buckley and come in and acknowledge some of the objective realities that we're living in. You want to come in and say shit like the Green New Deal was terrible, but Project 2025 was great, and I understand you were being sarcastic and satirical. So Donald Trump over here pretending like he doesn't know what Project 2025 is, pretending that this isn't his. I mean, he hasn't really put out a manifesto outside of a website with a few fucking, you know, we're gonna make everything better. The wall's gonna be big. You'd be crazy. I'm gonna put out more photos of Hunter Biden's penis. You wouldn't believe how big it is. That kind of shit. But we don't really have like a manifesto for Donald Trump, and that's what Project 2025 is. He's literally created by some of the closest, most loyal Trump sycophants. They mention him by name in the document dozens of times. Oh, yeah, once we get Trump in, he's going to do this, and we're going to do that with Trump, and we're going to do this. This is a lie. So the reason why Trump is doing this is because there are still some Republicans, mainly the libertarians, who pretend like they actually care about some of the things that they say, even though they're pretty much happy to hand over all power over to corporations. But there are some Republicans who disagree with the president being a king and disagree with the goals of Project 2025, which is to gut the federal government, to gut any kind of checks and balance, so that a dictator, a unitary fucking president can make an edict that is not challenged, and he just changes everything. Make it $20 to enter into the DMV. Make it so. That's how Project 2025 wants to change things, right? Where it's just an immediate change, no study, no deliberation, no debate, no pushback, no bill. I'm just a bill. No bills, no none of that. Just Donald Trump said, okay, it's $20 to walk into the DMV, right? And it's just an example, right? I mean, just like literally any ridiculous idea that comes out of him or his sycophant's brain, right? Imagine if DeJoy, the current attorney general, I think is what they call it for the post office, the attorney general of the post office, or general of the post office, he was installed by Trump. Joe Biden, for one reason or another, has let him fester in this position as head of the post office. Well, and he's tried everything that he can to destroy the postmaster general. Thank you. He's tried everything that he can to destroy the post office, but it's the internal mechanisms that's been stopping him. The checks and balances, the fact that even though he's the postmaster general, he can't just change everything unilaterally. Well, after Project 2025, DeJoy will be able to go in there and completely dismantle the U.S. Postal Service because I'm getting checks from FedEx. I'm getting checks from the logistics companies that are competing with the post office. It will happen so fast. All the changes will be rapid change. Okay, here's the 50 changes to the transportation agency that's going to, now we got quadruple the toll roads, and it's $50 a pop, and it's completely ridiculous. How am I supposed to, it cost me $100 just to get back and forth from work. How the fuck is this going to work out? Change after change after change after change. Oh yeah, your healthcare system's like this, and now you need a private insurance. It's going to get completely out of control. Your entire life will be flipped upside down after Project 2025. Everything you knew about how you interact with the U.S. government will fundamentally change. It will get more expensive, slower. The quality will degrade. And you will have no fucking recourse outside of getting in the streets and marching. And what is the Heritage Fund president? And the Heritage Fund president knows that. He knows that is what millions of people are going to get in the streets. That's why he's already talking about a bloodless revolution. He knows for a fact that this is going to get bloody. I mean, what will happen to veterans? What happens to the elderly? What happens to Social Security? It's all on the table, and it's all getting chopped up. None of it's getting better. Oh, well, they're going to cut my taxes. They're going to cut my taxes. No, the fuck they're not. Are you a billionaire? Then stop fantasizing. Taxes going up. Exploitation through the roof. So here's just a little bit of Project 2025. Here's the fact check. His super PAC is running ads promoting Project 2025, calling it Trump's Project 2025. His top aide and former bag boy, John McEntee, is the guy behind the project. So his bag boy, literally the guy that's the president of the Heritage Fund, the one that is talking about bloodless revolution, I think that was him, used to literally hold Donald Trump's purse. That was his job. And he glad-handed and blew him so hard, blew his ego, he was put into an official position of power. This concierge press secretary is starring in recruitment ads for Project 2025. His current press secretary, Donald Trump. Trump himself says he needs the Heritage Foundation, the organization behind Project 2025. So these are, I'm not going to read all these names, but these are all people closely associated with Trump, either currently working for Trump or used to work for Trump, all involved with Project 2025. We got Stephen Miller, Trump's advisor, speechwriter, John McEntee, Trump personal aide, Spencer, I'm just going to call him Cretin. Yeah, sure, Cretin, Trump's special assistant, Kevin Roberts, president of the Heritage. That's the fella, Kevin Roberts, not the bag. So the bag guy's a different guy. The guy who held the bag is a different dude. I'm getting mixed up. I'm getting too emotional. Calm it down. Welcome back, Smash. Good to see you. The Louisiana ruling was meant to undermine even protesting. Change the lead of the protest event. Yes, exactly. No, I mean, imagine they are literally saying protesting is illegal. If you are running a protest, if you're planning a protest, right? You go on Facebook, you organize, you're making all the calls, you plan it all, right? And then all you need is one agent provocateur to smash a window. You have no idea who this person is. They don't agree with your politics. You had no conversation with them. But because you organized the protest that led to a window being smashed by a completely outside third party, could be a bad actor that totally disagrees, a provocateur, an agent provocateur, could be a cop who wants to see this protest end, and you are arrested. The organizer of the protester is arrested. That all protesting has to go underground. That means that there's no more protesting out in the open. It immediately puts all protesting underground. All protesters are going to have to show up with masks on their face. Oh, well, they're criminals. They're dressed like criminals. No, we have to act like criminals because that's you've made dissent a criminal activity. Oh, well, you're terrorists. You're terrorists. It's all gonna happen. It's all gonna fucking happen, man. You want to be called a terrorist in your own home because you had the audacity to defend democracy? This is it. The people just pointing out Michael Steele. I'm not quoting Michael Steele. Get the fuck out of the way, you fucking hack. Michael Steele was perfectly happy to be the black face of the Republican Party during the Obama administration. And now I'm supposed to listen to him like he's some kind of electoral expert. He's a fucking tool. He's a weapon. I'm just supposed to forget that about Michael Steele, huh? Fuck you, Michael Steele. Strategy member was nice enough to cut this little portion from this very long video from Legal Eagle about Trump being immune. Commented, this is why it's bad. The 1 minute long, 30-second long clip out of respect for strategy member. Let's take a look. Thank you for taking the time to clip this out. This guy's okay, but I mean, he's part of the Midas touch kind of cycle, right? The walls are closing in industry that's formed around Trump. That's kind of, this is the one. This is the one that got him. This is the one that got him. Meanwhile, let's go ahead and dedicate -5 seconds to the other political party that is completely dropping the ball. Oh, Trump bad, Trump bad, Trump bad, Trump's bad. Yes, we know Trump's bad, and thank you for pointing it out and spending all this time documenting and everything. But there's a bigger window here. Like the people that make the claims about Trump derangement syndrome, these are the people, these are the media and the Midas Touch and the organizations, the Lincoln Project organizations are the ones they're thinking about, because they do kind of play cover for the neoliberals and their absolute epic fuckery, how terrible they are at governing. Talking to you, Joe Biden. But thank you, Strategy Member, for cutting this out because, yeah, this is factually true, so let's watch it.
Remember when Trump's lawyers argued that he could SEAL Team 6 as political rivals, and we all laughed because that's a preposterous thing for anyone to argue, and absolutely no serious person could possibly believe that the Constitution or the laws of this country would allow that to be the rule. Well, the Supreme Court just said, hold my beer while I assassinate my political rivals.
The president is entitled for total personal gain to use the trappings of his office. That's what you're trying to get us to hold.
Yes, the Supreme Court has effectively given law-breaking presidents, and we're not singling any one law-breaking president out or anything, could be any
Yes, you are.
felonious president, almost absolute immunity from criminal prosecution. Remember when Trump's lawyers argued that he could SEAL Team 6 as political rivals, and
yeah, no, I mean, borderline feline. No, I mean, it's like this is a war, man. This is the next phase. The Supreme Court making this immunity decision. This is it. Yeah. I mean, I've been streaming for like almost 3 years now. 2 or 3 months of that were like gaming streams. Maybe 6 months of that was gaming streams. And then it was politics since then. And I've been warning about this, about this problem since that time. And look, I haven't been right on every single thing. Everyone knows that. Okay? But I feel very, very confident in the seriousness of this moment. I can't stress enough. I really can't stress enough how serious this is. Yeah, fist. I think it was actually to come up with a decision that perfect. I mean, maybe they seem nakedly partisan. The Supreme Court, nakedly partisan and activist. A person who's supposedly supposed to be a wordsmith. Look, and I get it. I talk about this all the time. Look, multimillionaires often embarrass themselves when they get into politics because their lives are so awesome, right? They don't have to sit at an 8-hour job and, try to make the day go by faster by listening to a political podcast. They don't need to pay attention as closely to politics because, something might change and then all of a sudden they can't afford healthcare or they can't afford their lifestyle. It's kind of just this thing that's happening outside of their glorious, wonderful life. And, good for Eminem, incredibly talented. I'm not saying he doesn't deserve his wealth. He's a very talented artist, right? He's very good at what he does. I'm just saying being rich inoculates you from really actually understanding politics. So I totally agree with Eminem on this, but I think that's one of the reasons why he has such a hard time articulating what his problem is. This guy that has a million words for it, he's like literally like a master wordsmith, right? His raps are fucking right? I feel like a rap god, right? And I think that's kind of interesting to me how this wordsmith can't find the words. And like I said, I believe the reason is that when you become rich, the politics becomes something that you observe. It's not a daily part of your life, right? Because honestly, if Trump wins, Eminem and millionaires like Eminem get tax cuts. It's kind of like, it's like, well, I mean, it's kind of a no stakes kind of game for them, right? Well, it's like, well, morally, I want to support Joe Biden and morally, I want to support the Democrats. But I mean, if I'm wrong, if I lose, I mean, I kind of make out like a bandit either way. Anyway, those are my observations. Good on Eminem for this statement. Like I said, I agree with it. I just find it a little funny that he clearly he's not paying attention. Watching 10 minutes of CNN, oh, that's crazy. Trump said this, it catches, Rachel Maddow or Chris Hayes for 5 minutes in between, expensive dinners and dates with incredibly gorgeous women and, people worshiping him, day in and day out, literally. If Eminem gets out on the street, people, oh my God, oh, it's Eminem. Oh, God, I love you. Oh, you're the best ever. Has that ever happened to you in your daily life? Someone drops their fucking coffee and runs up to you and tells you how awesome you are. You know, day to day, if you live that life, are you really going to spend hours and hours and hours watching political debates and discussion and things like that to understand politics around you? Or are you just going to like, oh yeah, politics sucks. Yeah, I don't know. Right?
Talking about Trump, I get too flustered in my head, and the shit that I want to say, there's too many things I want to say at once. So sometimes I start talking and I'm not able to convey the message the right way because I just get flustered and frustrated watching him.
Because it's not your wheelhouse, because you don't know what's going on, because you don't really honestly have to know what's going on. But like I said, his heart's in the right place. I agree with the statement here. It's just rich people need to do better. They have all the time. They have all the resources. We fucking need rich people on the left. We fucking need rich people on. We need their money. We need their resources. We need them to be educated and understand the world around them. But, you know, best we can get is like a George Clooney, right? Which is like, yeah, his heart's in the right place. Yeah.
Play to his base that thinks that he cares about them. And it's actually the people that he cares about the fucking least. If you're talking about his core being, you know, a majority white middle class, what I don't understand is how in the fuck do you feel like you relate to a billionaire who has never known struggle his entire fucking life? I will say this, he talks a good one. And if you're in his base, you're a core, let's say you're going to the rallies or whatever, you watch him on TV, you hear him talking this shit, there's part of me that understands, like, all right, he's somehow still got them because he's brainwashing.
The words you're looking for is popular, you know, populist rhetoric. It works. You know, populist rhetoric works. But anyway.
Them into thinking that something great is going to happen. Yes. Nothing's happening. Yes. Nothing is happening. I don't know, man. I get really flustered when I talk about it.
No, I know. It would be quite a sacrifice for Eminem to take a couple weeks out of his life to dig into some of these topics deeply, right? I mean, that would suck. It would suck. I'm not going to cancel a date with a hot model who wants to bang me tonight. I'm not going to do that to watch a Joe Biden debate or a discussion about Joe Biden. You know, we're not doing that. But his heart's in the right place. I totally agree with him. It's ridiculous that a bunch of $30,000, $50,000 a year slobs think of a poser multi-billionaire who claims he's a multi-billionaire, is a total poser. He shits in a golden fucking toilet. I mean, what else do you need to know? Yeah, like that person who's like that's been his entire life. You know, little 10-year-old Donald Trump taking a shit in a golden toilet. That's been his whole life. So he's totally correct. I'm not saying celebrities don't deserve to have a voice. I'm simply saying, to the people that want to look to celebrities as like, oh, they're so wise, and oh, they're like they're the deities of our society. They're more important than. I want you to come back to earth and realize that these people, like I said, are incredibly inoculated and protected. Politics, like I said, is something outside of their existence that they can just observe. Things that happen in politics don't necessarily happen to them. Unless Bernie Madoff situations, they happen once in a while, right? But like I said, mainly it's like, oh, well, if poor people suffer more, that sucks. I'm not poor, though, right? So they totally deserve a voice, and their voice is valuable. But let's take this with a grain of salt and understand he's a multimillionaire who, like I said, probably hasn't spend a lot of time truly getting into it, because they really don't have to. We have to, right? Some politician gets in there, cuts medical aid for your kids. Well, okay, now I'm going to have to pay thousands of dollars for childcare, right? It affects our day to day. It comes back to hit us. It's not going to come back to hit Eminem. He'll have to pay a little bit more. His accountant will have to pay a little bit more in taxes, or he'll have to pay a little less in taxes. But it's, champagne and bitches, for the rest of his life, regardless of what happens. So, and that, look, even if your heart's in the right place, that is your bias. That is your bubble. That is your, mountain to climb, right? You got to get over that privilege so that you can actually see the forest from the trees. We got one more here, mega celebrity, Stephen Colbert. He's not Colbert. I've been adamant about this. When he decided to stop being a brilliant political satirist and instead started to interview celebrities about who their favorite, Botox doctor is, he stopped being Colbert. He is Colbert. He is a sellout. He is a mainstream mediocrity now when he was the fucking king, man. Does anyone remember Stephen Colbert at his peak in the Bush administration, convincing Republicans to come on and interview him and get decimated, get destroyed by the satirist who is literally insulting them right to their face with a big smile on their face? Oh, I'm just happy to be here. I'm just happy to be on the Colbert Report. Yeah, I know you're making fun of me. I know you think I'm an idiot. So he went from that to, hey, Justin Timberlake, did you get your asshole bleached today? Oh, wow, Justin, whoa, that's so amazing, Justin. Pathetic. Colbert was tickling the zeitgeist, man. He was steering that fucker, right? And now what is he, Taylor Swift guy. So anyway, he made a very powerful statement on his show. He's, basically, let's cut the jokes, let's cut the shit. And this is what he had to say.
I know how numb we've become, but it's not normal. No other candidate for the presidency has ever had to pause his campaign to defend himself in multiple courts. And I would like to point out that in all 7 of his cases, no one doubts that he did these things. We're just sitting around patiently waiting to find out if the wheels of justice will grind fast enough for there to be any consequences. And the media is covering it like it's any other political story, like it's all horse race.
And you're going to pretend like you're not part of this? You're going to pretend like you're not part of this apparatus? That if you were to really buck that narrative, that your ass wouldn't be fired so fucking fast, your goddamn glasses would be hanging in the air like Wile E. Coyote? Well, where'd Stephen go? Shit, he's gone. Stephen Colbert and people like you, Stephen, are part of the problem. Stephen Colbert and people like Stephen Colbert are the reason why the neoliberal Democrats feel like it's a viable strategy to shame you into voting for them instead of providing real policy and politics, real leadership. Because look, it's a tightrope walk. I get it. Like, you don't want to be part of the right-wing smear machine on your enemies, right? You don't want to be part. You don't want to be just like, I don't want to contribute to the Rush Limbaugh style narratives against the people that I want to see in charge. I get that, but people like you who have millions of people watching them, have a camera in front of your face, you have an obligation to tell us the truth. And the truth is that the neoliberal Democrats are abysmal. And they need to be changed and reformed. They need to accept that. They need to be challenged with that reality. But they don't. No, the default assumption from hacks like Stephen Colbert and MSNBC and Morning Joe and the CNN, the whole apparatus, the assumption is that the neoliberals are doing everything they can to stop this. It's the big bad Republicans. Oh, if it just wasn't for them, we'd have real progressivism. Right? Meanwhile, where was this guy during the Bernie-Hillary debacle when the DNC did everything in its power, illegal or, just maybe not illegal because there wasn't technically the DNC process of picking it's not illegal for them to just literally disregard democracy. But you know what I mean? They pulled out all the stops. The Debbie Wasserman Schultz sleaze factory, right, pulled out all the stops to destroy Bernie. And where the fuck was this guy? Oh, Justin Timberlake, I heard your asshole bleaching didn't go so well. Making jokes about Bernie, agreeing with the stupid Bernie bro narrative, right? Where the fuck were you, Colbert? Was he a strong Bernie supporter? Maybe. Maybe he was. Maybe I'm wrong. But it's people like this pretending or just I don't know. They have their own style. It's a delusion, really, very similar to right-wing delusion. But they're just like there's no introspection. Like I said, it's an assumption. We're doing everything we can. Oh, Joe Biden and Hakeem Jeffries doing everything they can. No, they're not. We just saw Joe Biden reject reality, spit in the face of reality. What are you going to do, Joe, if you lose? Oh, well, I'm just going to pat myself on the back and say, you know, Joe, you worked as hard as you could. You gave it your 100%. Is Stephen Colbert going to continue to make excuses for Joe Biden even after that statement? You betcha. I wanted to talk about. I'm 3 hours into the stream, and I have a Ukraine segment that I will be getting through. So I do not have time for this amazing 10-minute video today, but we will be watching this video. TLDR does amazing work, and they have this great video here. Why America's global reputation has collapsed, and it's a very good video because it's very difficult to find legitimate criticism of America and the military-industrial complex and the entire Western alliance without it being tanky garbage. Yeah, borderline. I did a whole hour and a half on UK politics before you showed up at the beginning of the stream. So there is a legitimate reconfiguration happening geopolitically, and the United States is losing its power, is losing its ability to project power. So it's really hard to find an objective analysis of what's actually happening geopolitically without it being, like I said, tanky, commie garbage. America bad by default garbage. TLDR did a really good job, so I will be showing that. Not right now, though. I don't have time. I know. But I will give you the link if you want to skip ahead. But I think the next time I do an American segment, we're going to be doing this video first. Let me just get this in my Discord here. All right, wake up from your goddamn slumber, folks. It's time for America's favorite news segment. The top, everyone talks about it. The View, I was featured on The View. It's the mass shooting update, folks. Mass shooting update. Let's see how many, stone cold innocent people have been caught up in America's bloody gun anarchy nightmare. Well, there's been 321 U.S. mass shootings in 2024. Well, we're almost up to more days in the year. Like 365, something like that, right? So come on, let's get those numbers up. Way before December. Let's get more mass shootings than there are days in the week. Come on, folks. I know we can do this. There's been 6,256 mass shootings since 2013 and 0 whole days since the last mass shooting. Come on, good guys with guns. Where's the good guys? You know what the problem is? The good guys, they were there, but they didn't have guns, so they were killed. We need a government program to get more guns to the good guys. Good guy gun program. Well, over there in Florence, Kentucky, 5 dead and 3 injured, gunmen unidentified, died from self-inflicted gunshot wound. Ah, bummer. Good guy with a gun was just around the corner. I always have the hardest time saying this. Poughkeepsie, New York. I have the hardest time saying that. 0 dead and 4 injured, gunmen unknown. I'd like to mention that go ahead and look up the murder rate of your local state or your local town and be shocked at the results when you find out that maybe you might be in one of these lucky areas where less than 50% of the murders that happen are actually solved. Could you imagine getting killed in a murder and then your murderer gets away with it? 50% in a lot of places, 50%. So keep on running. Gunman unknown. Might be unknown for the rest of his life. Who knows? Albany, New York, 1 dead and 3 injured. Victim fatalities, Davon Wakefield, 21. Suspect, Donnell Grumrain Thomas, 19. Well, I'm sure these young adults, barely out of their teenage years, one of them still a teenager, I'm sure they had a legitimate reason to kill each other and engage in a gunfight. Over there in Pontiac, Michigan. Oh, Michigan, my home state. 0 dead and 5 injured are juvenile victims. All right, another group of teenagers with a bunch of guns, you know, solving their problems like men. Hell yeah. Okay, well, juvenile victims, 5 wounded in a massive gun battle, ages 14, 14, 14, 15, and 15. Gunmen unknown. Personally, I hope they bought those guns legally. I sure hope they do. And if it wasn't legal for them to buy and purchase and own guns, we should change that rule. Come on. I know when I was a kid, when I was 14, 15, I couldn't wait to engage in a full-blown gun battle with the people that I disagreed with. Pew, 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 pew. There's no consequences. Come on. Over there in Albany, New York, our last one on the list, 0 dead and 6 injured juvenile victims. Once again, 3 juveniles, ages 16, 16, and 17, among 6 wounded teens. Gunmen unknown. Of course, you know, these are likely drive-by shootings or, you know, gang-related shootings. You know, a group of teenagers hanging out, another group of teenagers shows up, bang, 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 bang. Guys, what's important is that we need more guns, okay? We need less regulation, and then all of this magically goes away. Well, it won't actually go away, but what would be really good is if we magically pretend like it's not a problem, right? As Sagar Enginetti says, there's no real solution for this anymore. This is the new normal. We just have to accept this, you know, going to the grocery store, going to church, going to a July 4th fireworks display. At any moment in an American's life, it could be your last. 14-year-old, 15-year-old in a gun battle with his classmates. Boy, how awkward is that, you know, going back to school the next day? How awkward is that? Oh, I'm sorry, Brad. I'm sorry. I dumped the clip on you, bud. I'm sorry. Oh, you're right, Greg. You're right. I shouldn't have called your girlfriend a whore on social media, bro. She is a whore, though. God damn it! Oh yeah, that was the latest ruling from SCOTUS there. Bump stocks, of course. Bump stocks were famously used in in America's most successful mass shooting, the Las Vegas massacre. He was using bump stocks, of course, to shoot at the Kenny Chesney, I believe it was a Kenny Chesney country music concert. Over 50 people killed. Bump stocks, totally legal. Thank you, SCOTUS. I do know one thing. With more guns, with more access to guns, with making guns cheaper and more accessible, we will have a safer society eventually, maybe one day. And if we don't, then who cares? It's not, you know, there's nothing we can do about it. All right, that's the mass shooting update. There we go. America's #1 favorite news the mass shooting update. Make sure you tell your friends. The News Underground, Abandoned Island, News Underground. I learned about our appalling mass shooting status in the News Underground. Tell your friends, tell your parents, tell everybody. Bump stocks improve accuracy, reduce recoil. Bump stocks don't improve accuracy. What the fuck are you talking about? It's literally a fucking spring on the butt that allows you to like hold your finger in place while the gun fucking rattles back and forth on your trigger finger. More accurate. It's like you know, you gotta hold the gun steady, but it's like literally just like more accurate. So Nematode, you're a fucking moron, huh? Long distance, yeah, it will. A spring on the butt of your gun is going to improve your accuracy. So, I mean, like I said, you know, do you like enjoy shitting in your hand and smearing it on your face? Is that how you tell people I'm a moron? You just go out in public and make a complete fool of yourself? We're just going to go ahead and give you 30 minutes for that fucking embarrassing comment. I mean, it's one thing to defend bump stocks. It's horrific. It's horrible. It's disgusting. It's one thing to defend bump stocks. It's another to defend bump stocks as more accurate, which is just factually unfucking true. You don't put a big spring on the butt of your gun to improve accuracy. You do it to give you a simulation of automatic fire. It has nothing to do with accuracy. Fucking morons. The lies don't even need to have any credibility whatsoever from the right wing, from these fucking idiots, right? It's just like literally I just pulled some shit out of my ass and you need to take it seriously. Yeah. Oh, look, here's my turd in my hand. Are you gonna take it seriously? You gonna take me seriously now? No. No, the fuck I'm not. You fucking corporophiliac. You gotta take my bullshit seriously. No, I don't. I just made some shit up. Now let's debate it. Wanted to start off Ukraine news with just a beautiful, beautiful, heavenly goddess, talented actress, voluptuous, articulate, the perfect woman. Bridgerton star Nicola Colan has now raised $2 million for Palestine. I don't know why this is in Ukraine news. I needed to put this somewhere. Incredibly beautiful and talented Bridgerton star Nicola Colan raising $2 million for Palestine. My hope is that her career is more successful than I don't know who's that. George Clooney. No, she's great. Thank you so much. She's lovely. She's beautiful. You know, it's funny to me because, like, you know, I'm sure there's a lot of right-wingers, you know, making a bunch of disgusting comments. This woman is literally the ideal woman from, like, you know, you read all like the Homer's Odyssey, you know, Ulysses, Troy. The women that they describe as, like, you know, the perfect, you know, goddess. It's this woman. That's the kind of the joke that I was making, right? It's not a joke though. Beautiful woman, gorgeous, incredibly talented. But you know what I mean? It's just funny how she's not 90 pounds and her lips aren't pursed and she doesn't look like a beanstalk, you know, covered in makeup. Leonardo DiCaprio would never date her. She's not even a 19-year-old fresh out of high school college student weighing 60 pounds. No, she's literally only the historically accurate ideal woman. Kings would have gone to war with another empire for this woman. Okay? That's all. But no, she's great. $2 million for Palestine. Thank you once again to Nicola here. And I hope your career is successful. Thank you so much. Okay. I'm putting this here. He's talking about Palestine. There's two kind of pseudo-Palestine videos at the beginning. I know, but it's Roger Waters is a tanky who gets on social media and says Russia is the moral army. They had no choice but to invade Ukraine, that they're restoring, you know, their Russian heritage in Ukraine. So Roger Waters has come out and made a complete fool of himself. And if you're not sure who this idiot is, he's the lead singer of Pink Floyd, you know, a brilliant band. So I just wanted to give you an example. He did this interview with Piers Morgan. I just wanted to give you an example of what these, you know, he's not every tanky. He's not every, you know, lefty that agrees with Palestinian, you know, defending the Palestinians, but not defending Ukrainians. So he's not the representative of all of them, but this just gives you a look at these people that it doesn't make any sense, right? How come the Palestinians are human, which they absolutely are, but the Ukrainians are somehow less deserving of their democracy, less deserving of their sovereignty? But then you make that statement about how Russia is justified in invading Ukraine, and then you 10 seconds later talk about Palestinian, the victims of Palestine, and how terrible it is that Palestinians don't get statehood? So take a look. Talk about insulated millionaire billionaires. Talk about guys that are so fucking surrounded by yes men and hangers on that they have completely, they've Kanye Wested out of fucking reality. Here's an example of that, right? I mean, you want to talk about, people, oh my God, you're a celebrity. Oh my God, you're so amazing. Right? I mean, could you imagine the amount of cultish behavior and yes men that Roger Waters surrounds himself with? This is probably the first time that anybody's disagreed with him in years. And this is how he handles an argument with someone that disagrees with him. I don't mean to give credit to Piers Morgan, but I guess I have to give a little credit to Piers Morgan here. Make no mistake, though, Piers Morgan fucking sucks. But at the very least, he does understand the value of good TV. Piers Morgan, he does understand that. All right, let's watch.
All the filthy, disgusting lies that the Israelis told after October the 7th.
Like what?
About burning babies and women being raped, which were all completely...
Actually, women were raped.
No.
So I have yet to see any evidence of the burning babies, decapitated babies. I haven't seen anything like that. I did see a video at the start of October 7th that I thought was attributed to that. It was a different video of a different child being tortured for a different reason. Yeah, I know. Welcome to politics. I destroy myself so you don't have to. Because I did report, I was like, wow, there's like a video of of this kid getting his head cut off. And it was attributed to Hamas. It wasn't. So that's been debunked. The baby stuff. The rape has not been debunked. We literally have, unless the hostages are lying, and the doctors that examined the hostages that, confirmed that there was forced sexual penetration. So unless that's all a big lie, and I guess we're dealing with Israel here, use your imagination. But it's Hamas. It's Hamas. We're not talking about, howdy doody. We're not talking about your grandma. We're talking about some of the most theological monsters, disgusting monsters who treat women less like human beings and more like property. That's Hamas. On top of knowing who Hamas is, there's legitimate sources to back up the accusation that Hamas did rape hostages, and I believe also raped during October 7th, some people in the kibbutzes, things like that. I don't know if the old women getting raped story is real or not, but it happened. Rape happened, Roger.
About burning babies and women being raped, which were all completely...
Actually, women were raped.
No. Because the tanky left is for some reason lazily defending Hamas as freedom fighters instead of coming up with a more robust, nuanced argument about how, yeah, this is a very gray situation. I don't put my support behind Hamas. I acknowledge that Hamas is a toxic element in this situation. We can't have a situation where Hamas is just given back the Gaza Strip as the de facto government. That is obviously an unsustainable and ridiculous way to move forward. But characters like where they just go, oh yeah, they're legitimate resistance. It's like a left form of lazy thinking. Okay, I don't agree with the IDF and their tactics and bombing all the buildings and things like that. But had the IDF gone into the Gaza Strip surgically, going after the terrorists, right? Like occupying areas and working with the civilians to find out where Hamas is, going after them. But they didn't do that because that would have put them in much more danger. We would have seen much higher IDF losses. Even now we're seeing that. So, but it's so lazy for leftists to just say, oh yeah, they're the resistance. It's more complicated than that. Because they're, you want to boil it down to very, very simple terms. Yes, Hamas is a legitimate resistance, but it is more complicated than that, as I described earlier. We could get into it as we do every time. I don't want to, though. We're not even doing Gaza this fucking stream. Jesus.
Disgusting lies that the Israelis told after October the 7th.
Like what?
About burning...
Yeah, Gorbs, that's really privileged of you to say, I gotta say. That's really quite privileged of you to say. For you to just hand wave away the extreme crimes of Hamas, the fact that Hamas cynically uses its own people as not just human shields, but shields in general. Hamas, has no intention of really governing. When they're given resources, when they're given power, they dedicated all their time to the destruction of Israel. It's just a fact. They put that shit right in their fucking charter. Everything. So no, it's incredibly lazy and ignorant and privileged of you to just go, oh yeah, it's so boring to talk about Hamas. I mean, terrorists do terrorism. It's fucking complicated, man, when it comes to Hamas and what we need to do with Hamas. Because you know why it's lazy? Because we need a technocratic solution to replace Hamas. Israel needs to work with the Arab world to install the Palestinian Authority from the West Bank into the Gaza Strip, to unify Palestine, to act as the de facto government. Gorps, don't defend lazy thinking, okay? You're dead fucking wrong on this one. The solution to Hamas is not to just defend Hamas, knee-jerk defend Hamas. Terrorism is terrorism. And then what? Allow them to reclaim once IDF is finally done with the Gaza Strip. Let them reclaim ownership over that. What about giving the Palestinians who haven't had a chance to vote for 20 fucking years? How about giving them an opportunity to pick their government? Or at the very least, bringing in a more legitimate government like the Palestinian Authority to act as the de facto government until elections could be held at a later time after rebuilding has started. So no, terrorism or terrorists. Holy shit. Look into it, man. Holy shit.
Lies that the Israelis told after October the 7th.
Like what?
About burning babies and women being raped, which were all complete.
Actually, women were raped.
No, they weren't.
Yes, they were.
Well, there's no evidence.
It's been established by the United Nations.
You can say anything that you want, but there's no evidence.
Actually, there is extensive evidence.
There is no evidence.
Assault and rape. Well, there is.
Okay. Well, you're not a yes
Also, we
man.
know what Hamas broadcast on social media.
Calm down, Roger.
He's now talking to himself. He's looking away from Piers. I know the camera is split, but he's now saying, Roger, calm down.
Okay, well, all right, now.
Also, we know what Hamas broadcast on social media.
Calm down, Roger. Calm down. Don't sink to his level. All right, I won't.
What level?
But stop shouting. Stop shouting back. Let him interrupt you as much as you want. Okay. All right. Sorry, Piers.
So the people around him have enabled his childish behavior to such an extent that he goes out into public and does this little theater. This is his, I bet he thinks he's quite clever, but this is how he shuts down conversations. He starts a little mini conversation with himself where he creates a straw man of the person that he's actually talking to. Imagine how many years this man's surrounded by yes men. He's not mentally ill. He's not. This is a man child who's been treated like a deity, surrounded by yes men his entire fucking life. His every juvenile whim being embraced and ignored. And oh, you're just an eccentric. You're the lead singer of Pink Floyd. You're psychedelic. King, oh man, you're icon of the 60s. Oh my God, you could do anything. Oh, you're so eccentric and brilliant. You talk to yourself. You have conversation with yourself, calming yourself down. Oh, you're so brilliant. Right? Steps outside of that bubble. He looks like, you know what he looks like? He looks like when Michael Jackson was interviewed sitting in the fucking tree. I love kids. I just want to be a kid. I'm so normal. I'm so perfectly normal. That's what this reminds me of. Complete and total delusion enabled by, people treating celebrities like deities instead of, pampered morons.
Roger,
broadcast on social media.
Calm down, Roger. Calm down. Don't sink to his level. All right.
Don't sink to his level.
What level?
But stop shouting. Stop shouting back. Let him interrupt you as much as you want. Okay. All right. Sorry, Piers. What were you saying?
So next time you see a fucking tweet from Roger Waters defending Russia's invasion of Ukraine, remember who we're talking about. Some pampered clown. Okay? I mean, honestly, Has he done a deep dive? You know? Oh, it's all lies. It's all lies. That doesn't help the argument against the IDF. You know why? Because they come out, they say, oh, look, we got proof. So that, you know, this piece of proof proves all our other lies true. Why are they more famous and rich than you? You know, I'm not going to answer a fucking accusation from a person who walks around the internet representing themselves as feces and urine. But you do make a good point. Okay, over to actual Ukraine news now. Saying nothing and not going on Piers Morgan. Yeah, I mean, that's the epitaph of most of these fucking celebrities. Elon Musk would still be considered a Tony Stark level genius had he never been on Twitter. You know, if he just quietly ran his businesses and, you know, made a few Marvel appearances, maybe whatever, people would still be like, oh, you're a genius. Like, people were literally in certain movies, Moonfall, go ahead and watch that, Roland Emmerich film, Moonfall, you know, where they were just like, yeah, genius equals Elon Musk, you know, inventor equals Elon Musk. That's what he was in the zeitgeist. And then he opened his mouth on social media. And now this is Elon Musk. Don't talk to me, you fucking fecal, you pile of fecal and urine. Change your fucking username if you want to be treated seriously. Jesus Christ. Over to Ukraine. We got some really harrowing footage here. Yeah, exactly. He was Elon Tusk. But no, so this footage is really something else. Russians, caught in a blaze. So these are Russians that were on a trench line. They were probably hit with incendiaries, maybe. I don't know the situation that created this, but they're caught in a full-blown firestorm. And, you know, look, it's hard to really convey when you're not there in this image how hot situations like this is. Have you ever opened your oven, you know, your oven going at full blast, and you're like, whoa, holy shit, that's so hot, right? That plume of heat hits you. Imagine not having the ability to run from that. The plume of heat coming from every direction, and you can't escape. So you rip off your clothes, right? You cover yourself in water. That's how hot the situation is that these Russians are dealing with right now. Watch this video. So these are, Z stormtroopers. These are Z stormtroopers, you know. Look at the clothes they're wearing. Look at they're barely in military garb. It looks like they're in a civilian truck. You know, they're there to invade a country. And they're getting their ass handed to them. Yeah, come on, fat boy. Get you back to we got to get you back, safe so we can get you back to the front lines. Fucking idiots. Go home. Pathetic. You see, he's, he ripped off his clothes because he was so damn, he was in an inferno. So apparently the translation of what they're screaming about, how like their soldiers are in there burning. They're screaming and freaking out about that. Guy's wearing a Nirvana t-shirt. This guy's wearing a Nirvana t-shirt. I'm thinking maybe this was a location further back that these guys thought that they were safe. Maybe they were like a drone team, maybe a mortar team. But they don't look like they're really dressed for frontline combat. They do look like they're, some kind of back end guy. Maybe this, we have seen the Ukrainians attack. So the way that the Russians have their lines, it's a 3-line system. They got the furthest back line, the middle line, and then the front line. The middle line is designed to make sure that the front line doesn't retreat. The middle line, the whole purpose of that middle line is to make sure that the meat waves that they're sending don't get scared and run backwards. They try to create the Stalingrad scenario in every fight, where the soldiers on the front lines, they're like, well, if I run, I'm going to get shot by my own guys, so I have no choice but to sacrifice everything and push everything to move forward. We've seen the Ukrainians intentionally attack that second line, and then of course continue to attack the front line. But when that second line is destroyed, it hurts the morale of the frontline soldiers who are like, well, fuck, I can run now. I can get out of here. I can get out of here. You know, I can escape. I can retreat. And that breaks up the morale of the front. They just people heading back because there's no longer you know, a group there stopping them. So maybe that was the case here. I don't know the location here. Let me see what this says. Kherson region. And yeah, the guy in the video saying the island is burning. Our soldiers are on it. Go home. Go home. You know, you really want that Crimean beachfront property that bad? You know, you really want to, you know, that to stay in a hotel in Kyiv that bad, fellas? Yeah, and it's right back to the front line for these guys too. You know, oh, I survived. Oh my God, I barely scraped it. Oh, geez. 1/3 of, you know, I'm like, there's only 1/3 of us left from our whole battalion. Okay, well, we're gonna merge you with a bunch of other slivers, like a soap dish in your shower. I'm gonna squish everybody together and send you right back to the front lines, Ivan. Oh, well, I'm getting paid so well. Meanwhile, you know, these guys 6 months into some of their deployments, they're not getting paid. Russia is avoiding compensating these guys for as long as possible, hoping that they die. And then, you know, they don't recover the body. They, you know, oh, well, we can't recover the body. We don't have to pay compensation. There's no proof of how he died. Shit's happening, man. Another victory for the Ukrainian Navy, which is like the Ghost Navy, the Ukrainian Ghost Navy. One of the most modern missile ships of the Russian Navy was set on fire from the inside. Oh, I'm sorry. This is not a victory for the Ghost Navy. This is actually just a victory for mankind. Saboteur. Got a saboteur here. Hero. Absolute hero. One of the most modern missile ships of Russian Navy was set on fire from the inside, and secret documents were stolen. How about that, dude? Real GoldenEye shit, right? A Russian military officer voluntarily defected to the Ukrainian side. So absolutely, that's how you do it. That's what Russian soldiers should be doing right now. Defect, give up. There's a hotline. There's a number. It's a total rumor that the Ukrainian military is going to torture you. It's a complete lie that you're going to be mistreated. The worst thing that could happen to you as a Russian soldier is that you get traded back to Russia in a POW exchange, legitimately. That's the worst thing that can happen to you. I mean, am I going to sit here and say, though, that the Ukrainian military, you know, hasn't, you know, gotten some information from some high-value targets, you know, in a less than friendly way? I'm sure of it. I've seen Ukrainian soldiers commit war crimes on the battlefield. If we're talking about, though, quantity, there's really no discussion. We're seeing the Russian military behead POWs, putting the head on Humvees. We've seen Bucha, etc., etc. There is no comparison. We've seen the Russian military happily torture civilians, not military officials. There's really no comparison. There's certainly no evidence. There's no hard evidence of the Ukrainian military participating in torture at all. But I'm not going to sit here and say that the Ukrainian military hasn't done that, you know, once or twice. Come on. Come on. We're talking about a war here. He mentioned Ukraine help or before affordable housing for UK or US. Yeah, no, I mean, look, I don't mean to say this, but let's give Starmer a couple weeks before we really start the shitting process, okay? Let's see what direction he wants to go in. Let's see if he actually wants to be a labor candidate instead of an American-style neoliberal. Thank you, Chem Goblin. We got give him a couple weeks, not a couple months, not a couple years. Give him a couple weeks, okay? You got your family on the desk. You got your laptop. Here's your login, okay? I'll check back with you in a week to make sure that you're actually being a leftist. We'll talk to you then, Kier. In Ukraine, killings of surrendering Russians divide. Yeah, so okay, so thank you, Chem Goblin, who is from Ukraine, by the way. Sure, yeah, Biden being a proud Zionist certainly doesn't help anything. So here's the New York Times article. So this is, it's behind a paywall, of course, but 1 second here. We'll just go ahead and use the wonderful archive.com to get a full version here. Wow, 3 hours ago. It's a very recent article, updated recently at least. But in Ukraine, killings of surrendering Russians divide an American-led unit. A German medic said he was so troubled that he confronted his commander. Others boasted about killings in a group chat. So it's you know, it's a war. Okay, so it's not an if or when, it's a like how many. So I'm not trying to give Ukraine military a total pass. Oh, the most moral military. They are. I mean, technically, they probably are the most moral military, but that still doesn't mean that they don't participate in war crimes, because this is a war. How would you react? Frontline soldier, you're paid to kill, you do it every single day, and then you read about your hometown elementary school getting hit by a missile and people getting killed, or your market, right? We had that, you know, that terrible disaster in Ukraine caused by Russia with Russian missiles. So what are you going to do as a frontline soldier? You got a Russian staring down, you know, you just pulled him out of a fucking hole after he tried killing you. Are you going to, you know, POW every single one of these guys? This is war. It's disgusting. But because it's disgusting, we have to lower ourselves to a disgusting discussion. Who's committing more war crimes? Russia. Easily. Without a doubt. 2 to 1, 3 to 1, 4 to 1. I don't know what the actual numbers are. If you want proof, take a look at the prisoner exchanges. What Ukrainians look like coming back from Russian gulags versus what you know, Ukrainian POWs, Russians coming back from Ukraine look like. It's night and day. The Ukrainians that are coming back as POWs from Russia are so emaciated, they're crippled for life in some cases. They have medical issues for the rest of their life. That's how badly they were tortured in Russian captivity. But this is war, and war crimes happen. And thank you, Chem Goblin, for showing us proof here. If you would like this this article right here from archive.org, it's right here. Quite frankly, Zelensky needs to do everything he can to button this up as much as possible, because the more this happens, the more Western support is going to wane. And yeah, the West being totally hypocritical, the West having no problem to commit its own war crimes, but then holding Ukraine to a higher standard than even itself. Yep, that's what's happening. And yep, that's the reality of it. That's the game that Zelensky has to play. Yep. United States, shamelessly, with a big smile on their face, shamelessly. Yep, you have to hold yourself to a higher standard than we would ever, you know, for civilians and whatnot. Yeah, if you want our help. Yep. But no, I mean, I haven't read it either. It's just a headline, but I'm sure there's some information in here. You know, got this statement from this German fella here. I'm definitely going to read it, though. I definitely want to. I'm going to put this in the politics section. Looks like I got a couple articles to read after the stream here. But yeah, if I find anything good in this, I find anything relevant that we need to talk about, I'll make sure to highlight it and then bring it up the next stream. But no, Russian citizen with the call sign Goga served in the Russian Baltic Fleet and allegedly wanted to quit because of Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine in 2023. He turned to the GUR's I Want to Live project. So this is that hotline I was talking about. Since then, he helped Ukrainian intelligence agencies and organized a sabotage on the Sepkuyov ship. Hell yeah. Together with the secret documents, Goga was taken out of the territory of the Russian Federation by the Ukrainian intelligence agency, the GUR said. Well, hell yeah. Hell yeah. That's the kind of clandestine spy shit that I'm talking about, man. Yeah. Large amount of important information. Okay. That's good stuff. This is anecdotal. Doesn't mean much of anything, but we are seeing Russians so desperate on the battlefield. They are, I assume this was procured on site. This was stolen from a Ukrainian, but they are now using wherever they can, you know, getting whatever, using whatever they can get their hands on. Electric scooters. So we've seen them with motorbikes, we've seen them on bicycles, electric bicycles, and now we have seen them on electric scooters. And I gotta point out, you're one easy fucking target on it. Like, look how slow he's going. You know, the guy, the dog and the guy are running way faster. You know, running way faster than he is. And what is the drone operator going to want to hit? Is he going to want to hit the dog, or is he going to want to hit the jackass on the scooter? Like, I bet he thinks he's really clever, and I bet his buddies are like, "Oh yeah, I wish I had a scooter. Oh man, Sergey, he got a scooter, bro. I wish I got a scooter." But secretly they're like, "Yeah, jackass, you go ahead and drive around in your fucking scooter, attracting all the drone attention. I'm just gonna be on foot. Ah, jeez. Oh man, I wish I had a scooter." So, like I said, it's anecdotal. Do I think the Russian government is buying scooters for these guys? No. This was either procured on site or, like Zeo Duke pointing out, by the way, welcome back, you know, purchased by the Russian himself, which the Russians have to do for armor, weapons, supplies, food. They're constantly asking, people back in Russia, "Hey, can you pay for this? Can you fundraise this? I need this. I need that." The Russian military isn't giving me anything. They gave me a Cold War era AK-47 and some wet boots. So, you know, could have been bought off AliExpress. I bet it was stolen from a Ukrainian. I love the dog, though. Just having the time of his life in a goddamn frontline battlefield over here. Dog, just carefree. Ah, hey, we're playing. We're playing. No, you're actually running for your life. You're running from a fucking drone grenade there, Fido. Oh, we're going on an adventure. Okay, let's go. Let's go. We're having so much fun. Look, humanity doesn't deserve dogs. Okay? Dogs are perfect. Dogs are wonderful. There's really no other creature on planet Earth that loves humanity more than dogs. And we just don't deserve them. They're some of the most beautiful creatures on planet Earth. Cats are all right. All right, I'm not going to take away the crown from cats. They're pretty cool. But dogs are something special. And the way that we treat them disgusts me. I hate how mankind treats dogs. It disgusts me. We got a link here from Chem Goblin, I believe. Thank you once again to everybody that's contributed in the Discord for all your time and your effort, thinking of the News Underground, thinking of me, and being like, no, this is, you know, Abandoned Nihilism wants to know about this. The Harbinger needs to know about this. Taking the time to put that link in the Discord. I do appreciate it, and I read them. I see them all. Thank you. So we got one here from Chem Goblin. Thanks again. Le Pen over there in France. She's the new right-wing. She might, you know, who knows, Macron over here, gambling and losing on, trying to call out the right wing. You people, you know, after the EU elections, right? Oh, you people really want right wing governorship. Okay, we're doing an election right now. And she's gaining a bunch of popularity. Well, like every right wing future despot, they love Putin for some reason. Le Pen promised to revoke Ukraine's permission to strike Russia with French weapons. So she's like, oh, I promise when I get in there, I'm going to stop supporting Ukrainian democracy the moment I can. I'm going to start undermining Ukrainian democracy every opportunity I can. Trust me, I'm big with Putin. Me and Putin go back way back. I just don't understand how... Look, I understand America is not a totally honest partner geopolitically, but I really find it hard to believe that you're going to get a better deal from Russia geopolitically than you are from Uncle Sam and the Western Alliance. You know, you want to separate yourself. You want to join the BRICS alliance. You're going to get a better deal out of BRICS, huh? You're going to be shitting BRICS, realizing how fucked you are. But you know what they know? They know that they can play both sides. That America is kind of a sucker sometimes when it comes to this stuff, and that they can flirt with Putin, they can flirt with fucking with Ukraine, and that Uncle Sam will still talk to them. I'm not saying let's cut France out, right, if a right-wing government takes over, but I'm just saying, like, they think they're clever. And I really don't understand, like, what are you going to get? What is Putin going to give you that Uncle Sam can't? Right? Nothing. It's rhetoric for their, you know, for their voters. There's no substantive advantage over Russia over the United States. But it's what their voters think they want because of the media apparatus that's lying to them, et cetera, et cetera. All right, folks, today's last video is, of course, you know it, reporting from Ukraine. Lovely content creator reporting from Ukraine, making this frontline, day-to-day frontline battle more palpable, helping Western Yankees like me understand what's happening better. I will say, though, man, I mean, like, I really wish reporting from Ukraine would focus a little bit more on some of the losses, because it does make the bias of this channel very, very apparent when they only go over like the worst of the worst of the worst. This channel almost exclusively focuses on Ukrainian victories. So, grain of salt. With that in mind, let's get an update from the front line from reporting from Ukraine here.
Updates from the Bakhmut direction. The most interesting updates come from the northern flank of Chasiv Yar. Here, the Russians intensified their assaults towards Kalinivka to directly attack the center of Chasiv Yar from the north. However, the Ukrainians were readily awaiting these assaults, and so the Russians failed to advance and incurred losses so serious that they had to halt their attacks altogether and make an operational pause.
Interesting.
The goal of the Russian forces.
So yeah, Russian disinformation machine has been crowing about, you know, oh, we're taking more territory. Because, oh, we're conquering a town. We're conquering another town. No, you're conquering 1/4 of a town. You know, like the only reason why you're sitting there is because Ukraine didn't want to sacrifice the soldiers to prevent you from doing that at that moment. And they found it advantageous that you're putting yourself into a kill zone, that kind of stuff. Like, anyway, let's get to it.
Is to establish control over Kalinivka to utilize the canal crossing.
Chem Goblin, I'm not going to sit here and claim, I can't even pronounce the names of these fucking places. You want me to open up a map and say, oh yeah, this is why Ukraine's doing this, and this is why. This guy dedicates his fucking life to looking at military footage and military analysis and incremental, bit by bit moves across the battlefield. You know, I spend, hours and hours with my kid. This guy's spending hours and hours in front of a computer screen looking at raw military data and trying to parse that out for people, okay? It would be a laughable joke if I opened up a map and tried to do what he is doing right now. You know what I mean? It would be a joke.
For further assaults on Chasiv Yar.
But no, I can't just open up the map.
If the Russians effectively exploit this advance, they would avoid crossing the canal from the canal district. Instead, attacking the town center from the northern crossing near Kalinivka could prove more efficient. The Russian assaults on Kalinivka were preceded by an intense artillery barrage, augmented by glide bomb strikes, resulting in the destruction of...
Yeah, but I don't know the context. I don't know why. Are they pulling out? Are they losing? Is this a strategic mistake? Or is this, all these different, all the different contexts of what's happening on the map, man? He's in there. He's knee deep in that shit. Okay, I appreciate your confidence in me and my ability to parse information and deliver that kind of stuff. That this military front line, moment to moment, troop movements, losses and victories, that I like I said, he is dedicating every fucking hour of his life to this. And that's what you need to deliver that kind of information appropriately. I am not doing that.
Most of the village.
I need
With no buildings left to use as firing positions, Ukrainian fighters withdrew to more favorable positions west of the canal. Subsequently, Russian troops advanced along Lisova Street, reaching the canal crossing.
So this right here, this is what the Russian propagandists have just been blowing their fucking load. Oh, we're taking Chasiv Yar. Oh yeah, let's see the reality.
All buildings in eastern Kalinivka proved to be a double-edged sword for the Russians. The destruction eliminated any possibility of concealing and protecting their troops from Ukrainian artillery, tank and drone strikes. As a result, Russian forces were forced to move across open areas, leading to their rapid destruction. Combat footage from the area shows us how a sole Ukrainian tank managed to destroy a group of Russian troops that were heading to the canal crossing in conjunction with kamikaze drone strikes against...
Is that fucking point blank? What the fuck are we looking at, man? So we got a Ukrainian tank right here, and this is what? A Russian position? Holy shit.
Combat footage from the area shows us how a sole Ukrainian tank managed to destroy a group of Russian troops that were heading to the canal crossing in conjunction with kamikaze...
So no, that wasn't an armored vehicle? Was that a vehicle even? Or was that just a group of dudes hanging out in the bush? Is that a vehicle right there? Holy imagine, dude, you're chilling with the homies, and an enemy tank rolls up. How does like, it must have been so noisy. How does this thing even sneak up on you? It's a tank. You know, they must have thought it was a friendly tank. They must have thought it was a Russian tank. Oh, don't trip. It's one of ours. It's one of ours. Don't worry, guys. And it's an enemy tank, dude, with the fucking gun barrel pointed right at your ass.
Sole Ukrainian tank managed to destroy a group of Russian troops that were heading to the canal crossing in conjunction with kamikaze drone strikes against the same group. Another video shows a Russian BMP loaded with infantry being hit at the ammo rack, resulting in a devastating explosion that killed everyone on board.
Jesus, have you seen footage? You got to follow the link that he's talking about. You have to see the footage of a fully loaded military vehicle, like on top, you know, obliterated, dude. I mean, it's like, Russia, please go home. I don't want to see this anymore. I can't believe human beings that do this to themselves. Like, and they do it with an off chance. Oh, well, maybe we'll survive. Well, you know, we did it 2 other times and we weren't bombed, so we're gonna keep going. They're obliterated. Imagine you get scooped up. You're in some rural Russian neighborhood. They offer you, you know, the chance of a lifetime, 10,000 rubles a month or whatever the hell they're offering, life-changing money. They train you for 5 seconds. They ship you out to the front line. You're cruising to the front line on your first battle, and you're obliterated without firing a single shot. How does that not destroy morale? You know, how does that not make morale just impossible?
The detonation was so severe that 3 other nearby vehicles in the column were also damaged by the blast and subsequently abandoned.
So we're talking catastrophic ammo. The ammo caught fire, immediately exploded on top of everything else, on top of the ordnance that was dropped on them. Just atomized, dude. Nothing but pieces left.
Most of the troops killed. The only survivor among the Russian stormtroopers suffered severe burns over his body and subsequently lost consciousness.
Yeah, so this guy, the only one alive, the bleeding out, you know, blasted to kingdom come.
The original uncensored footage of these operations can be found on our Telegram channel through the link in the description.
Yeah. No, they never do.
Due to significant losses with little to no gains.
But you know what? The pro-Russians on social media see it. You can't post a, oh, we're kicking ass in Chasiv Yar post on X without a litany of videos, showing, oh yeah, this is what actually happened on the battlefield. They do have access to that information, you know, Lenny, but a lot of them choose to see it. And if, you know, just like over here in the United States, if you are curating your news sources carefully, you can avoid the truth very easily.
Russian army morale in this area is very low.
Yeah.
This has led the Russian command to set up barrier troops to kill deserters or capture them.
So this is what I was talking about earlier, right? This is that second line. They set up a Stalingrad scenario wherever they fight because they know, yeah, the information does get out, dude. You know, they're getting atomized and they want to get the hell out of there. They're also, a lot of these guys were lied to. You know, they were told straight up, oh, we're not going to send you to the front lines. Oh, and if we do send you to the front lines, you'll be well equipped. Don't believe the rumors. You know, our frontline soldiers are well equipped and well trained, and you know, we take care of them. But no, when they get there, their commanding officer says, "Look, I'm going to need you to join this meat wave. There's about a 10% chance that you'll live. If you don't participate in this meat wave, I'm going to sexually assault you, and then you'll have to go through a whole military punishment system. You'll get thrown into, you know, Siberia in the gulag somewhere after, of course, I rape the shit out of you." So that's what they're dealing with these middle line columns here.
and send them back to the deadly frontline positions. Facing a shortage of motivated personnel and struggling to command mostly demotivated troops, Russian commanders deploy only small groups of infantry for assaults. Another reason for this tactic is the heavy losses in equipment and troops during larger assaults, where Russian forces lose between 40 and 70% of their equipment.
Any other military? I mean, honestly, are there many other military? Maybe the Chinese military, right, with enough resources to sustain this amount of losses every single day, every single week, hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of tanks and trucks and APCs, without even talking about the thousands and thousands of troops. Is there any outside the United States and China? Is there any other military that can sustain this kind of just gross loss?
Ukrainian fighters in the area are using up to 50 drones daily to hit 25 Russian targets, primarily targeting Russian armored assault formations attempting to advance.
Hell yeah.
A Russian Storm Z instructor claimed that Russian forces made their most significant gains in Chasiv Yar, Avdiivka and Okhatyne through attritional frontal assaults, airstrikes and artillery, without any advances on the flanks. These assaults resulted in the loss of a significant number of armored vehicles during intensified mechanized operations. Deputy head of the presidential office, Roman Mashevets, stated that the number of available tanks for Russian forces in the Chasiv Yar, Siversk and Kurakovo directions has significantly decreased to 650 tanks.
That's it.
He also noted that the number of combat-ready armored fighting vehicles is now just 1,850. For context, Russians have lost over 15,000 armored vehicles and 8,000 tanks since the start of the war.
Well, there you go. There has to be, they can't, I don't care how many warehouses filled with this shit that they have. There has to be an end to this. But, we got to be careful about this, because a whole year ago, the rumor was like, Russia's running out. Oh, look at this. They're taking chips out of washing machines. They're running out. They're actively producing as much as possible, but it's not about the fact that they're producing. It's the amount that they lose every single day. If you can make them all day, but if it takes 18 months to make a tank, and you're losing more tanks than you can resupply, it doesn't. You can have 1 million factories going. It doesn't matter if the frontline reality is different. But we haven't hit that tipping point yet. India, China, other countries are coming in. Turkey, strangely, also working with Ukraine. Very confusing, but. Helping Russia, trying to keep that, North Korea, helping to keep that logistical momentum going. Because, yeah, it's like you lose that logistical war, it's all a matter of timing until, Ukraine pushes you right to that border. I had a brain fart, didn't mean to argue like a chud. Do you rescind and apologize for comparing Ukrainians to Nazis? Or do you still agree with that sentiment?
With around a dozen of each lost daily. This indicates that the current assault force can only last for a few months before being exhausted and withdrawn from battle. Russian sources reported that Russian infantry are essentially forced to conduct dismounted assaults west of Bakhmut, despite heavy Ukrainian drone operations.
I want that response.
Some Russian infantry only receive a week and a half of training before deploying to Bakhmut, contributing to significant Russian losses.
How much training?
Ukrainian drone operations. Some Russian infantry only receive a week and a half of training before.
A week and a half, right? So the recruiter says, oh, we're going to give you 10,000 rubles, and don't worry, you're going to get proper training, and don't worry, we're not going to send you to the front lines. They get trained for a week and a half, and then are immediately tossed into the meat grinder. That's barely enough time to learn how to load your weapon.
For deploying to Bakhmut, contributing to significant Russian losses. This type of mass frontal assault was intense throughout the entire Russian offensive.
Nematode, you have 5 fucking milliseconds to answer my previous question or be banned immediately.
Due to this high casualty method of attack, the Russian command eventually exhausted their forces in some directions, including Chasiv Yar. As a result, the elite Russian 98 Airborne Division, often used as the spearhead of assaults in this area, lost its combat capability and was withdrawn for replenishment. After failed
Do you think the Ukrainians are Nazis? Do you think supporting Ukraine, giving money to Ukraine, is giving money to Nazis?
assaults near Kalinivka, the Russians have finally exhausted the offensive potential of their most potent units. This has led to the withdrawal of these forces for replenishment, creating a window of opportunity for the Ukrainians to exploit this gap and launch counterattacks to push the Russians back to their original positions.
That's good news. Good news. It's not the total, frontline reality of what's happening there. Like I said, there's definitely some bias. But, don't believe the social media hype. Oh, Ukraine on its last legs. Don't believe the shit that you're seeing out of the Hill. Okay, if it's coming out of the Hill, just put that right in the dumpster. I'm getting real fucking tired of waiting for my response from this asshole in my chat. I think we're just going to give him the ban right now. But there you go, folks. No, I don't think they're Nazis. Okay. That's the correct answer. Yeah, and I can say that confidently because there is such a thing as the truth. The country that has chosen a Jewish president as its leader is not a Nazi country. Are there extreme right-wing elements of certain parts of the Ukrainian military? Yes, because that's the reality for every fucking organized military on planet Earth. It's an organization that attracts right-wing extremism. And there isn't a organized military on planet Earth that doesn't have a small contingent, or in some cases large contingent when it comes to Russia, of right-wing supremacists in them. I don't know, maybe it was a different commenter. Thank you for admitting that bump stocks don't make your weapon more accurate. What, did you look it up? Did you look up that little turd nugget? Figure out that was a complete fucking pulled out of your ass? Bumps, literally, okay, I don't agree with bump stocks. I agree with, assault rifle bans and regulation on weapons and everything. But we're not even talking about that. We're just talking about bump stocks providing more accuracy to a weapon, which is that's not. Okay. Thank you, Nematode of Knowledge. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Admitting that you're wrong is the first step to compromise, to real dialogue. So, are you being an honest actor about it? I don't know. Maybe you're playing some fucking game with me. I don't trust anybody. I don't trust anybody. And it shows. Boying Gigahorse. Wow. Big props to Boeing stuff, Nematode of Knowledge, Chem Goblin, Lenny. I really am quite surprised when I see people sticking around for this whole stream. I don't know. I'm so exhausted. It's hard to tell. Was this useful? Did you like this? Was this entertaining at least? Was this anything? Was this a good use of your time watching this? I don't know. I never feel like I've satisfied you. I always feel like a selfish lover at the end of my stream. That I've done all the talking and I've done all the, but what about you? What about the chat? What about the people that are spending their time watching me? Do they feel satisfied? I don't know. But thank you for being here. Thank you, ChemGob. I didn't know about the bump stocks. I thought you were talking about normal stocks too. No, it's a spring on the butt of the gun, and it just, every time you fire the gun, it pushes the gun back. So you can kind of simulate, you can take just a regular ass gun, single fire gun, right? You have to pull the trigger every time to fire a bullet. And then you can kind of turn it into a semi-automatic. Bop, 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 bop. But no, big props to you. Big props to the lurkers. Thank you, Lenny. Thank you, Chem Goblin, Boeing Stuff, Nematode of Knowledge. I guess you're not on my shit list anymore. We'll see. Zeo Duke, big props to you. Crayola Xanath, thank you for coming back. All you OGs in the in the chat, Borderline Feline, Gas Pronuncia, I see you there. Thank you for coming back. Ice King of Space, big props to you, Ice King of Space. Thank you so much. the individual running around the internet representing themselves as a piece of shit that is urinating, please stop and change your username immediately. Thank you, Rock's Fist. Appreciate it. Rock's Fist. I can't feel anything. Thank you. I can't feel anything. Gorps Inc., fellow streamer, Gorps Inc. Make sure you check out Gorps Inc. I don't really know. I don't watch their content, but they keep coming back, so I got to give them some props or something. So thank you, Gorps Inc. Big props once again, Lenny. Appreciate all your contributions in the chat. And thank you, Lenny, once again for being the #1 financial contributor to the stream. I know I keep talking about a Patreon. I'm working on it. The kid, everything. My life is... I'm in a very bad place right now in my life. But I don't deserve to be. Things are going really well. But I'm still in this place in my head. So I'm working on it. Doing what I can, you know. Got to stay above water. Smash, thank you so much, Smash. Big props to you. Vizon, big props to Fizon. Big props to Ribbons. James Clown 22, thank you, James Clown 22, for coming in. Do appreciate it. Thank you so much, all you lurkers. Once again, thank you, all you lurkers. You know that view is the most important thing. Win TV, Woke Patriot, your boy Davey, who wasn't here today, but that's okay. Thank you, Davey, for all of your help. Big props. Once again, thank you, Zio Duke. Folks, if you're like, okay, smart guy, wow, that was 4.5 hours of depressing news. What's your solution then, Slick? You got a solution, or you just like to bitch? That's a fair question. And to you, that person asking that question, thank you for asking that question, because I do have an answer, and I expect you to follow through. The solution to our current political predicament is political activism. Step 1, inform yourself. You're here, you're doing it, you did it. Step 2, join a progressive political organization, or at the very least, a political organization. Put your name down. Volunteer. Use the internet to search for something that you want to do and put your name down. Because step 3, and this is the most important step, put in the work. Thank you, Lenny. Have a good day. If we're not doing step 3 as hard as the Nazis are doing step 3, if we're not putting in the work like Charlie Kirk, we will lose to them. 24/7, 7 days a week. I almost said 8. I don't know why. My brain's fried. But no, 24/7. The fascists are working overtime to destroy our democracy. And if we do not meet that momentum, that energy with the same energy, they will win. They will find the weaknesses in our democracy. They will take advantage of our ignorance and apathy, and they will destroy everything we hold dear. Eight days in a week, 24/7, 24 hours, 7 days a week. Chem Goblin, you are literally gaslighting me to a level that I've never been gaslit before. Please stop. I'm very vulnerable right now. Do not make an argument about how the sky actually isn't blue, and it really has something to do with the color spectrum and how you perceive it, and blah, 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 blah. You guys are great. I don't know what I would be without you. Chat. You guys are really that cool. I like you. I like you guys. But anyway, folks, peace in that motherfucking Middle East. Glory to the Ukrainian democracy. Fuck Trump and fuck fascism. And God help us all. Hope you had fun today. See you next time on the News Underground with your boy, Abandoned Nihilism, aka The Harbinger, aka Coogan Swoop, motherfucker. Take care of yourself. Call your fucking mother. She misses you. Bye-bye. Big booties. Big booty hoes. Oh, wait, the mic is on. Whoops. Naked goblins. Yeah. Goblin. happens every day, biatch. I'm bouncing on that goblin booty, biatch. All right, thanks again, everybody.